are all product of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য ত্রিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টার্ন, মেডিসিন, এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধ ভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পাথর প্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত আদিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and the expert committees, under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified. Digital and virtual became the realities of the day. This seamless transformation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but the intensity of engagement from participants has only strengthened over these 100+ activities. The learnings were aplenty.
We will have to work in terms of taxation, in terms of policies for transfers to the poor. And I want to, though I'm saying that right now we cannot be obsessed with those big long-term changes, we have to worry about that very, very quickly, because the level of inequality we have in India is unacceptable and we have to work on that.
I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our base education, foundational education in Indian languages. And this needs to be, there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country. However, while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however, needs to be thought about from a very basic perspective, which is that the textbooks and curriculums in Indian languages need to be radically upgraded and updated.
The SWOT analysis, which has been done by the chamber, it mentioned that credit is a major issue. Now, with this growth in the credit, which has been witnessed in the state, this is a problem.
The critical verticals of the economy and business were blended with talk shops and programs on a plethora of subjects. Even the Chamber's signature activities were held for a global audience with participation climbing into several thousands.
We are moving from a consumer era to a post-consumer era. I mean, we had excesses in our lives, in our behavior, in our spending. But now we are all going to look towards for health and a better balance in what we are going to do.
We are doing certain things in order to be part of the region, but not adequate. It's not making the impact, because a lot of this is G2G, government to government, not enough P2P, people to people, and certainly not enough B2B, business to business. And relationships today in the modern world are less and less about G2G. They are more and more about B2B and P2P.
So we want to have a national depository of knowledge, national practice for each and every item which is being imported in this country.
We are hoping to advance 5 key campaigns to support the reduction of emissions. We want to support a campaign on the transition to clean energy, and India is leading the world in many ways with its 450 gigawatts commitment on solar energy. The switch to clean transport, and I think there are huge opportunities for India to lead this work in this sector, particularly for 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. A campaign on nature-based solutions to demonstrate how mangroves like Sundarban can not only, protecting mangroves like the Sundarban can not only help protect communities and help them be more resilient to the effects of climate change, but can also help serve as a carbon sink to mitigate climate change itself. Work on adaptation and resilience, which is particularly important in neighbouring Bangladesh, for example, and other low-lying areas prone to flooding. And then underpinning all of that, work on finance.
2 principal focus areas, especially during this time, are people and health. On both, the Chamber has communicated learnings, best practices, and even advisories over and over again to the community at large, going much beyond the immediate business fraternity.
The concept of herd immunity is when you have random spread of a factor and there is 60 to 70% of individuals who are unable to be affected by that factor, that constitutes herd immunity. And if we're all people and the virus infects people, then whether it's a herd in the US or a herd in India, the herd is the herd, right? It's worldwide, but the development and the speed with which immunity develops, that is locally dependent, right? So wherein we in the United States have taken social distancing in some areas to heart, and people have been in their homes for weeks, herd immunity is actually developing very slowly, but in those areas, infection rates are going down. We recognize that eventually we will develop 70% of people who are immune, and that will allow us to save lives, not just because you infect less people per se, but it's because the resources to treat those people become available when they get infected.
Life goes on. Setbacks are always temporary. We fall because we can pick ourselves up again. The Chamber believes that lives and livelihoods are and will be the defining features of this normal that we are living through. In this journey, we have focused as much on addressing the business ecosystem as we have on celebrating life.
আবিষ্কারের খাবার এই যে ইনিশিয়েটিভটা, এটা আপনারা সকলে দেখতেই পাচ্ছেন প্রায় উৎসবে পরিণত হয়েছে, এবং এটাই আমাদের ইচ্ছে ছিল যে এত ধরনের মানুষ, এত ধরনের খাবার, এত ধরনের রান্নাবান্না প্রত্যেক দিন এরা করে, এবং এদের কোনো স্বীকৃতি নেই সেই অর্থে। হ্যাঁ, আমরা জানি যে আবিষ্কারায় খুব ভালো খাবার পাওয়া যায়, কিন্তু আজকে সাধারণ মানুষ সবাই বাইরে থেকে এসে সবাই মিলে খাচ্ছে। বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে এই ইনিশিয়েটিভটা আমরা নিতে পেরেছি, তার জন্য খুব ভালো লাগছে, এবং সাধারণ মানুষ এইভাবে সাড়া দিয়েছেন, তার জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ।
Hello, you can hear me? Okay, so hello everybody, welcome you all to day 2 of the 11th edition of the Bengal Chambers Business IT Conclave. We have very interesting sessions today in sync with the overarching theme of this year, that is technology for humans. The first session is on technology for future capacity building, for which we have the speakers already with us. The second session would be digital economy and its dynamics. The third would be on health tech. The fourth would be technologies for power to make it more abundant, efficient and eco-friendly in connection with SDG 7. So thank you all for joining us online in our webcast and across the social media platforms. With your support and cooperation, we had around 23,000 viewers on our day 1 on 27th of November. Here we go for the day 2. Starting the first session, that is session on technologies for future capacity building. The session will be moderated by Mr. Sanjay Sen, who is the co-chairperson of the IT Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Senior Vice President ITC Infotech India Limited. As speakers, we have Mr. Akshay Chaturvedi, founder and CEO, Leverage EU, Dr. Emmanuel Sevret, User Research and Digital Strategy Director, Analyze Concept Limited, UK, Mr. Simarpreet Singh, Director, JIS Group. With this, I request Mr. Sanjay Sen to take the session forward.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this 11th edition of Business IT Conclave. While it's a pity that we are meeting virtually, it's also an opportunity that we are able to meet multiple people cutting across the borders. This COVID, this 2020 has taken away a lot of things from us, but it has also it has pushed us to the age. We have been performing from an age which we have never thought of. It's redefining the rules of delivery. The delivery, be it your service or products. The question was, before 2020, we used to ask that who is leading the digital transformation in your organization, whether it's the CEO or the CFO, or some organizations as the digital leads. But it goes back to the age-old saying, necessity is the mother of all inventions. This COVID has put us back in terms of economy. We had various societal challenges. We had challenges where people have to migrate back to their homelands. There has been a lot of suffering. Hence, it requires new way of handling, the new normal, what we say. It requires new way of looking at things, a new way of supporting the society. Earlier, is pandemic the first time? No, this pandemic is not the first time. There has been the Spanish flus of the world, but we never traveled at that time. Maybe that's why we were saved. But today, we are not bounded by our geographical boundaries. That also opens up a huge opportunity. An opportunity, if you say the massive open online courses, the MOOCs of the world, the crowdsourcing of educators, the disruptive things which are essential. To take all those things, we have a panel of eminent speakers today, persons who are in their own right redefined the space that they are working. People who are working now moved from villages, from cities to small towns, students who are suffering, who doesn't know how to handle this uncertainty, they require counseling. Everyone, everywhere requires counseling because you don't know what is ahead of you. To address this, that how do we scale up this huge challenge? How do we reach to infinite India? How do we address our 1.3 crore, 130 crore population? How do we tell them? How do we speak to them? How do we address them? We have none other than Akshay. Akshay, as Angana told you, is the founder and CEO of Leverage Edu. They specialize in that. I don't want to take time off from him. It's over to Akshay, please.
No, cool. Thank you so much, sir, I think, for those good words. And I think, first of all, thank you to everybody. I think it's great to kind of be joining this panel. Thank you to BITC as well. And I think I absolutely align with the thought process that you've put out, right? This is a great time for us to be also reflecting back on what changes had to be done since forever, right? Like, I think this is a good time for us to press the reset button on so many things, which probably would have taken a decade more to kind of get reinvented out. Probably if you would have been reinventing the wheel again and again on the same bits and pieces. But I think I would look at this pandemic positively. I would look at it with a lot of optimism and think about how it's given us a chance, an opportunity to kind of reset a lot of things very quickly. So in the limited time that I have today, I think in the monologue that I get for about 10 to 15 minutes, before we kind of dive into panel discussion, or happy to kind of answer any questions towards the latter part of the chat. I would just like to kind of start off with what we are doing and how we are solving this. And second, given I understand the majority of folks watching this today are students, I would like to bundle up. I've kind of written watching this today are students. I would like to bundle up. I've kind of written down some stuff. I'll have bundled up some advice on how I think you should go about building a career for yourself in the 2020s and the 2030s, and I'll kind of lay some emphasis on that. So first and foremost, at Leverage2, we are a career guidance and higher education advisory company. We are based out of we have presence in 36 cities today. We do about close to 60,000 plus counselings every single month. We do it in about close to 12 languages in India, and it's done across multiple. What we've done essentially to automate is we have always built multiple product loops and content loops. So as students, you can interact with us without ever talking to us by looking at our YouTube channels, by reading our blogs, by just going on the website www.leverage2.com and typing in a question there in the search toolbar. You can interact with us by going through our assessments, which will help you understand what's the right career trajectory for you, by understanding based on your personality what could be the right university for you, what could be the right direction that you need to take, whether you're 18 or 21 or 24. So a bunch of those things, and then essentially, of course, 1:1 career counseling driven out by mentors from across the world. We've got a marketplace which brings about close to 2,800 mentors who are folks who have gone out and really been very triumphant in their life in different spheres. So it could be somebody who is pursuing music, fashion, journalism, technology, data science, photosynthesis, rocket science, whatnot, right? So people from hundreds of different professions who are spread across this entire country, spread across this entire world, who we basically bring to our marketplace, and then we're helping them give out these career advice, these career related sets, essentially by using technology to the fore, right? So what I'm going to do, give me 1 second. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be talking a bit about, give me 1 second.
If we have lost Akshay in connectivity, I would request the moderator, would you consider moving on with this session?
He's back.
Fine. Thank you.
Internet. So the idea here is I'm just going to kind of sum up a bunch of things which I think are really going to be helpful to students as we move forward. I think what we've done largely is we've focused a lot on traditional methods. We've focused on helping people get right grades. We've kind of focused on helping people get the right degrees, which is not very relevant as you move into the next set of challenges, the next set of careers in 2020s and 2030, right? And so I'm going to talk about, say, 2 or 3 things which I think are going to be really helpful. I've put them in broad charts, and I'm going to kind of deep dive a bit into these as well. So the first one is, how do you start building a personal brand for yourself? And you can start doing that by 2 things. One, by being very obsessive about learning. And second is by being brave and confident enough to go out and share those learnings with a wide variety of people. So when I say that I want to be very obsessive about my learning, what that means is, can I be somebody who outside my course material goes out and interacts with a lot of people, goes out and interacts with people who essentially are outside my area of interest, goes out and listens to a lot of podcasts. There's some amazing podcasts out there on different platforms, reads a lot of books, reads a lot of articles, and then sums up all of these learnings by writing them down in tools like Rome Research and other tools like that, where you're letting your personal life and your professional life interact with each other and kind of coming up with new ideas. And your very unique self, and then you build out the confidence to go out and write these ideas. So possibly talk about them on social media, possibly blog about these ideas on YouTube, possibly make a small learning series on a TikTok or any short form video formats. And what you'll actually start doing is you'll start building a tribe around yourself, where you say that more people start to relate with what I feel is the right way to go about things, and I start building a personal monopoly for myself. So if you think about the direction in which we're headed, we are going to have more unique perspective. We're going to have people who see themselves as creators or artists. We're not in the industrial revolution era anymore, where we need a lot of factory workers who are told to do the exact same thing in the exact same direction. That was the way we have essentially been taught, the way we've essentially been kind of brought up up till here, I think till the late 2010s, is where we said that, okay, we will tell us what to do in a specific manner, and we'll go about and kind of do those things. But we are moving in a direction where all of us should think ourselves as aspiring artists or aspiring athletes, where we are really obsessive about what we are doing here. We're really kind of thinking about how do I build a personal brand for myself, where I think that, hey, I could go out and create a living for myself, even if I'm just really, really good at one core thing, which I'm the best at in the world. And how do you identify what specific thing you're best at? You do that by having different ideas and different things that you're doing in your life intersect with each other. I'll give you an example of this. I'm like a lot of folks in the late 20s, early 30s, I'm a big fan of the OTT platforms. And I was watching the show on Netflix called Black Mirror. And in one of the episodes on Black Mirror, I saw this concept of simulation, right? Where this couple goes out and they try to simulate what their life should look like if they were to date each other, if they were to marry each other. And that essentially gave me an idea that, hey, what if we could essentially do this in the realm of careers, right? What if I, at the age of 18 or 21, I could use technology to simulate what could a career in marketing look like? What could a career in finance look like? Could I essentially think about what the next 3 years could look like by putting a headphone around myself and spending 1 hour or spending 1.5 hours? So essentially assessment 3.0, right? And I put my thoughts together and I put out a LinkedIn status, which went out, which became absolutely viral, which had about 1,000+ likes, multiple shares. And I had somebody reach out to me who said that, hey, you know what? I'm building something like this. I'm an IIT Delhi alumnus. I'm building something like this, and this is what I've done in the last 3 years. And I would love for you to give me an opportunity to kind of discuss it. And we ended up discussing it, and now I'm essentially funding that person's business, and I became an early investor in that business. So this only happened because I was letting different parts of my life intersect with each other and building a different thought process because of it, and then it was also essentially being very confident and being vulnerable about sharing those thoughts outside on a platform. So now this could be in the written form, this could be in the video form or whatnot. So I think it's really important that we start thinking about building a personal brand. And we start thinking of ourselves as learning obsessed machines, which can essentially, which will really help us become artists in some sense and not be that factory worker which was trained for the industrialization 1.0 era back in the 19th or the 20th century. Another thing which I think is really useful to a lot of people when they're choosing careers, I think a lot of us go for things which are either hot in some sense, or we go for the highest salary paying job, or we go for things which are essentially something which our friend is doing or something which our relatives are telling us. But I think it's very important that you start putting a framework together for what you want to do in your career. And I have a ready framework which I essentially say you should be thinking about. So you divide it into market and team. So before you're entering any industry, so for example, when Sanjay sir's introduction was happening, and I was kind of wondering, he would have spent a lot of time in this organization to essentially reach the absolute pinnacle and be the highest form of that of a certain organization which essentially is giving shareholders crazy returns year by year and is one of the most successful, iconic companies of our times. But if I am making that choice today, can I make that choice by saying that I want to be associated to a market which I really identify with? Do I identify with this company? Do I identify with this company's vision and values? Do I identify with this company's long-term approach? And at the same time, do I identify with this company's team? Do I want to associate on long-term ideas with long-term people? And when we start thinking about our careers, when we start thinking about something that we're starting up in those senses, if we start building a framework around it, I think it can be really very valuable for us to build the right foundation for our careers in the first couple of years. I think that in turn leads to great things as you move forward, because we've seen it so many times that the best set of people who get early advantages in the careers are those who built out the first 5 formative years of the career in a very foundational way by learning a lot of foundational skills which are really, really important. So that's the second one. And I'll hopefully cover more if there are any questions. But one last thing that I wanted to kind of cover in this monologue of sorts, when I've talked about a lot of soft stuff that students focus on, the same hard skills you should learn versus focusing on a lot of random stuff while you're in college, while you are kind of preparing to get ready for the real world. And the first one there is, like I said, writing as much as possible. Write as much as you can, possibly read, listen, and just kind of make sure that you write as much as you can. Second one is building ads, right? I think this is so underrated, but with whatever you're doing in the future. So one of my mentors is this guy who's a vice president at Unilever. And if you think of it, the Unilever business model has changed so rapidly, where they don't invest so much in a Shah Rukh Khan or a Shilpa Shetty or a whatever actor and actress sitting in a bathtub and talking about Lux or talking about some other brand. But they're now focusing on, how do I reach this consumer digitally? How do I ensure that this person is interacting with my brand in a digital first fashion on an everyday basis in the right efficient cost? So something which is so complex, something on which millions of dollars are being spent, can essentially be learned by you by spending 5,000, 10,000, 15,000 odd rupees by starting something really small, as simple as selling a pen or as simple as kind of selling a notebook and just building Facebook ads or Google ads for it. It's such a simple, underrated skill, but if you essentially get this right in your formative years while you're in college, I think that's absolutely great. The third one there is, how do you build SEO on, how do you essentially build content which can be viral on different platforms? And possibly 10 years back, this used to be only Google. We're moving to a world where, if you think about some of the most successful people out there in their 20s or 30s, right? Kylie Jenner and so many other folks who have built out great D2C brands which directly go out and interact with people and build some familiarity with them. So can I essentially go out and build popularity on multiple platforms? Can I build viral content on multiple platforms? And that is not restricted to Google anymore. That is, so think of it, in India, there are more searches on Amazon than on Google today. So Amazon has become the new mecca of search in some sense. Can I go out and build more virality on some of these upcoming platforms? Like there is a platform called Mitro, there's a platform called Josh. There are so many essentially stages being set out. There are people who are doing TEDx talks, there are people who are doing Josh talks. There's something like this, right? The college podiums which are essentially waiting for different stories to be told. So can I essentially go out and build some followership? Can I essentially go out and build some virality in terms of what I'm doing? And the last one there is, if very early on in my life, I can build the basic knowledge around 3 subjects. And this is something I think I've learned by making a lot of mistakes in my career as an entrepreneur, as a first generation entrepreneur, which is accounting, tax, and law. And I think these are such small things, and we think that somebody else will come and take care of it for us. But just being very thorough in terms of understanding the basic foundational concepts of how accounts move, how taxation moves. If you were on the right side of understanding GST when it was implemented in this country, life would have played very differently for you. If you were on the right side of understanding, for example, even farmers right now, right, to pick up a controversial topic, farmers who understand the right side of this law are really reaping benefits at the moment. So just building some foundational nuggets or knowledge points on some of these topics can be really beneficial in the longer run. So I'll just kind of summarize what I said in some sense. I spoke about, of course, the need for you to understand what's the right career for you, what direction you're headed towards. That's something that we do at Leverage do. But over and above that, what I really wanted to kind of, I wanted to make sure that if students are watching this today, they take some learnings back home. And hence, I spoke about the importance of building a personal brand for yourself in the 2020s. How you being an obsessive learning machine, accessing a lot of curated content, be it in the form of podcasts or stories or articles or essentially meeting different people, is going to be a source of you building a personal brand, personal monopoly on yourself. And then I spoke about how you need to play long-term games with long-term people. You identify the right markets. You think a lot about areas that you want to be in. You think a lot about the first 5 years of your career that will reap great returns for you in the longer run. And then I spoke about some hard stuff that can be really useful for you if you're in your late teens or early 20s, which is around writing, building ads, building discoverable content on different platforms outside Google as well, and then learning the basics of accounting, tax, and law. Lot more, but of course, given the brevity of the event today, I would love to kind of just take a pause here. And towards the end of it, I'll be happy to answer any questions that come my way. Thank you so much again for giving me the opportunity to kind of briefly speak to your audience here today. Thank you.
Thanks, Akash. That was smashing start. A great opening batsman. Shikhar Dhawan,
Thank you.
Shikhar Dhawan. Building
Thank
your
you so
own
much, sir.
brand, obsession, learning machine. In fact, there was a survey done about 10 years back in US where they surveyed 100 millionaires, and out of that, they found 93 of them followed their passion.
There you go. There you go.
And if you talk of artists, to my mind, in our generation, the best artist I have seen is Steve Jobs.
Absolutely.
He knows
absolutely.
how to touch your heart. He knows how to touch your heart.
Absolutely.
Okay, the way he designs.
I really agree with that thought so much. So I think when I say artist, I don't mean to say somebody with a paintbrush. My desk is my palette, and this pen is essentially my paintbrush. So artists in different forms, like Virat Kohli is an artist. So all of these folks are artists in their own right. So absolutely aligned with the thought that you essentially said.
So now, again, coming back to the situation where we are, the only thing that is saving us is this connectivity. It's digital. While it provides a lot of opportunities, it also gives a lot of threats. The threat is on cyber. Recently, we read that the pharmaceutical companies were attacked, they were down. So all those things are creating hindrance to the growth. However, what is propelling growth is AI, artificial intelligence. Is this only your textbook? No, it's not textbook. In fact, Gartner predicts that by 2024, at least 40% of your programmers will be artificial intelligence worker. That's how it is going to embed in our life. And all those things are enabling how do we do research. How technology enables us to do research, how to collaborate across today where actually geography is history. We don't have boundaries. We work across, we collaborate across, and we have seen how this vaccine has really come up in such a so-called short time. It's all about collaborations and enabling how technology is enabling to make that happen. To discuss all those things, I will request Dr. Emmanuel Savrit to kindly take on the stage. Dr. Savrit, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for inviting me. Last time I came to your conclave was in 2014, and I was there in person. So it's very different now through the technology. You can see it, and I can participate from London. So it's quite amazing. And thank you so much for inviting me again. So I'm going to share a little presentation about, okay, could you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. So how technology, just move something, how technology has transformed research. So what happened is, in terms of technology, let me just move something which I try to remove. Voilà. Otherwise I don't see anything. Okay, so what happened? We need to define what is technology, because since the antiquity, it's very difficult to define what it was, and everyone had been trying to understand what is technology. In the 18th century, the Germans started to refer to technology as a form of elite systematic knowledge. And funny enough, I'm going back to the previous conversation and talk, it's actually in the 20th century, technology was seen as a science of the industrial arts. So we're going back to art again. So today, technology encompasses so many different aspects. So engineering, digital, and artificial intelligence. So technology is part of everything: communication, medical, healthcare, digital, robotics, artificial intelligence, information technology, and intelligence. So it's very important to define it. But what is more important is how research, support the evolution of technology. So what is research? Same thing. It's a research comes from the French word recherche, which means go about seeking, looking for the information. Research is used in all disciplines. One of them is technology, of course. Research uses quantitative and qualitative research methods to answer research questions related to technological product. It could be related to ergonomics, physiology, human-computer interaction, and so on. So, what is changing? For the last 10 or 15 years, we had a democratization of all the technological tools, mobile, computers, tablet, whereas before, those type of tools were really reserved for scientists, people working in technology, people with a lot of expertise. Now everyone has a mobile phone. Everyone can communicate with a mobile phone. So digital products now are in the center of all different businesses, as well as the social life of everybody with social media. But every business has to transform and just to move through the evolution and have to have a presence online. And especially during this time of COVID, we can really see the importance for businesses to have an online presence. So they had to shift completely in such a short period of time. Secondly, we have to move through digital and automation and try to replace human with machine. The reason why is we save cost, and also to move with automation and artificial intelligence, we limit the risk, because human, as you may know, we all make mistakes. So to reduce the risk, actually we move to the artificial intelligence and automation of machine. So what's happening with all this changing is professionals need to do their job. So the jobs are not the same anymore. You know, they still work in medicine, but they have to have different skill set now. So I'm going to show you some examples of how this transition and how it affects actually jobs in general. So research, the evolution of research had a huge shift for the last 10 years to understand the human. Because if you want to replace human with automation, you have to understand human processes. If you want to replace human with artificial intelligence, you need to understand human cognitive and mental processes. So all those things are very important in research now, where we use psychology, we use ergonomics, we use human-computer interaction, and also how people interact with technological items. So now then you want to use a computer, we need to see how the person is going to interact with the computer. So it's very important to understand the interface to create a technological and digital product. But what is even more important is to see how people are going to interact with those products. So what is very important at the moment is understanding human behavior, perception, and motivation as well to use, to have a great user experience with digital product. The same thing is applicable with machinery, you know, but it's more prominent with digital product. So now research has to be integrated through the whole digital product development. So before you start building a new product, a new website, a new app, a new hardware, you have to understand a pre-concept development. You need to have understanding of what it is for, what are the business needs, but also how is it going to fit with the user. So if it's for retail, you can build a product or a software. You need to understand how it's going to integrate to the life of the person which is going to use it. Same thing in the professional environment. You need to understand the needs of those professionals. What do they need to do their job? So you need to understand that. So research is very important at the early stage. And I think I would say it's even more important now to understand, because it costs quite a lot of money to build product. So to have a clear definition of what is needed at first, we save a long time and a lot of money in the long run. Then you move to the alpha phase, where you can design, you can create the content, you work with early prototyping. It could be a website, it could be an app, it could be a hardware again. And then we test it. We test, we improve, we test, we improve. That's where the research is very pragmatic and highly needed at that time. Once everything is ready, you move to the beta phase, which is going to be coding for development and building itself, the product, if it's a hardware. So the beta, you develop. It's really the core. It's with real data. It's real coding. And then you test it. You still do this test, improve, but that would be more for the front end for digital product, or would be more for the aesthetic for hardware. You still test, improve, and then you move to release. And when your product is released, you still need to monitor how your product is doing. So research is still there. We monitor the analytics, we try to get customer feedback. So it's how it works. Same thing happened with artificial intelligence. You need to discover how the human is working and start creating some experiment will be the alpha stage until it's ready and you're happy with your algorithm, and then you can release them to replace the human. So that the integration of research now is fundamental. If people are not doing it, they are going to miss out on so many input which could be imported from research. So technology and research in context and how it impacts on jobs at the moment. I'll give you a few examples. Healthcare. Technology is replacing surgeon, for example, to be more precise. So they built, not only robotic to do the surgery, but also the surgeon now need to use a software to use those robotics, which is going to be more precise than the hand of a surgeon. So we had a big shift. So understanding the research was to understand what was needed to perform the surgery and also what is needed for the surgeon actually to manipulate the tool. So we look at how to perform a surgery and how the surgeon is going to interact with the technology. Then defense, you look in defense, equipment has improved dramatically. I will give you the example of a drone. You don't have to send the person anymore in a plane. They can just do, they can just manipulate the drone from a different place. They can be in the office and they can do the command remotely. That's completely, it's very new and it's working very well now. It's just much better you risk less lives. It's very different. And actually the drone can work much longer. You've got the satellite to provide imagery of the ground, which we did, and you can be more and more precise. So today, the research in defense helps to understand functionality as well as how soldiers interact with digital interface and allow to command and to be even more precise. In finance, same thing. Before, most traders were doing their trade over the phone. Now it's sophisticated with financial platform. They've got so many screens used by the traders, the analysts, and the investment banker to perform their daily job. Research today helps to understand how we could use machine learning and artificial intelligence to replace the human, to limit the human error, and to anticipate the trends. So soon, the traders, they won't exist anymore because actually the machine is going to anticipate when they need to sell or buy, anything in the stock market. Social media, people interact with their mobile devices. They use social media, chat, timeline, video, images. The research in social media help to understand how people interact with social media and how to make them, the social media embedded to their ecosystem. So we are all on the phone all the time. We just do everything through our phone. We can communicate, we buy, and we can do all the marketing around all the social media is huge. It's what generates money for Facebook, Twitter, even LinkedIn, all those companies. E-commerce, of course, today more and more business need an online presence, and shops from micro to large organization have website, B2C, B2B offer online transaction, and actually to make it, easy to use and user experience is fundamental for the transaction. So also there is a lot of research at the moment to anticipate how people are going to buy something. So all this work around e-commerce. E-government, same thing again, in order to make a government service accessible to everyone and to reduce the cost. Look at the British government with the gov.uk, make all the government platform are accessible for everybody to do all their transactions online. And finally, education. Classroom tools have changed, computer, tablet, and used more and more by professor and student. But what is very important now is the online learning, which actually make learning accessible to everybody, even if they are not physically there, which is a great democratization of learning. So if you want more, the research now, it's understanding human process, replacing human, improving the user experience. Research in technology is pragmatic, reduce the cost, optimize process, and limit the risk. And we'll have to work very quickly and agile. So thank you. And if you want more information to how to integrate user research to your product development, this is my book, Practical User Research, which is available on Amazon and Apress. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sarit, for such an insightful presentation. Traders won't exist. So jobs will be redefined.
Yeah, all the job are redefined actually. Even the research, we do research. Before we used to do a lot of research in person. I do a lot on online. We've got new tools, but all the job you can see now, a surgeon, they have to be very good with technology. Researcher will work as actually in immunology. They have to build their own algorithm to test, their hypothesis. So it's applicable to all the jobs. Yeah. So, training the new generation to be, digital will provide them, jobs for sure.
Drone. Example of drones in farming. It's very effectively used in farming in many countries. So there are so many applications of these technologies that is changing human lives. One of the questions is that, again, coming back to the first thing that you said, the problem statement has to be very clear when we start any research. How many times, sir, is it so clear? In your experience, you can say that when you start a research, is the problem statement so clear, or it develops during the part of the research?
So what's happened is at the beginning, company, they don't sometimes realize we have to do the research at the beginning because they don't know. And we're just here to refine because we ask questions. So we ask our clients and stakeholders, so what do you want to solve? What do you try to achieve? And then from them, we can they answer all those questions and we try to really shape what they really want to achieve. And that's why it's very important from the beginning. And we can test and see what the users are going to say, what are the current data. And we use, analytics, we use the data science, we use everything which is at our disposal to understand the situation before you start building something.
Yeah, I can keep on going and asking questions and questions. There's no end to it. The next speaker is Mr. Simarpreet Singh. It is forecasted that by 2026, 75% of the books will be replaced by digital content. How do you scale up? How do you provide so much of education? Again, one of the challenges, especially in India, people are facing is that access to laptops, tablets and others. In fact, as we speak, yesterday the government has provided a scheme whereby they will be providing tablets to students. The question, Simarpreet, is that how do you scale up and how do you reach the masses in these connected digital learning? Yes, Simarpreet, over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Firstly, I want to thank the BCC&I for calling me out today and letting me give my opinions today. And we had two of the very good speakers today, and so it's very difficult to talk after the two speakers. So coming to your question, sir, how do you scale up? We have to understand many things are involved in this, which are not in the hands of individual like us. Internet connection, which is there in India. There are many smartphone users in India, but internet connection, the per users is still low compared to other countries. So as and when the government increases their spending, their reach, so it will take time, but I'm sure it's going to happen. And the question that by 2026, 75% of the books will be replaced by online. If you take the current scenario, there are no books right now, but the education is still going on. Like we are running a campus without any books. We are giving online content. So I don't think 2026 is too far. We are already living that thing right now. And pandemic has obviously the main reason for it. If you compare pre-COVID and post-COVID, the mindset is the main thing which has changed for everyone. Like, for example, we have been advocating flipped learning and started flipped learning way back in 2015 and 2016. And we were the first engineering institution to start flipped learning, and we were endorsed by AICTE and World Bank. But when the pandemic happened, we saw that the institutions of our group which were no learning experience of flipped learning, they did better than the institutions which were doing flipped learning. So the mindsets are very important in today's time. As Mr. Akshay also said, you have to master the fundamentals, rest will take care of its own. Today technology, maybe AI, blockchain, virtual reality, whatever. Tomorrow something else will come. But the basic skill has to be there so that we learn, unlearn, and again learn and again unlearn. So I'll take example of myself. I'm a finance person by qualification, but after entering the group, I have not done finance at all. Everything except finance I have done, like administration, marketing, HR, even HR, law, legal portion. So very important that mindset should be clear that whatever has to be done should be done. And so what we are very traditional setup, so we are bounded by regulations, government. So what we have done, we have partnered with edtech companies in daily processes of our system. We call it A Square, admission to alumni. So right from admission to alumni, whatever things are involved in our scheme of activities, we have partnered with some institutions, some edtech companies, or we create our own platform. Like admission, the payment gateway has been tied up with Citrus, PU, then chatbots are there. Then for alumni, we have created our own software. The LMS is there, the learning management system, where we have created a depository of all the resources, all the online resources, and students, as per the convenience, can see it, but they can only see it till the portion where the syllabus has been covered. So till today, if 70% syllabus has been covered, they can only see that. And after that, they can see when as the system goes in. And there's a lot of gamification and AI involved in this. For example, if a student in a batch of 60, all of them can't be at the same level. So the top 10 who are at the A level, they get different questions to answer and different type of projects to solve. And the other one, our first target is to make them reach to the A level, then we give them the advanced level. So this is how technology has evolved and we have been implementing in our group. And there was a lot of, if anybody aware, a lot of hue and cry about examinations in our pandemic period. So we have few autonomous institutions under group. So we have easily done the proctor examination with no issues. There were some lacks in the problem, but there was nothing major. We did it for almost 10,000 students without any issue. So this is how technology has created more transparency in our system. Then admission, be it placement, virtual hub. We never thought virtual visit will be possible actually. So in pandemic, we have done virtual visits where not using AI, not even virtual reality, but actually the person has showed that this is a plan, this is how everything happens. So this was not something which you thought is possible, but technology had made it possible. And funny thing is that education still not considered essential in our during COVID period. So still the campus is still shut. Maybe in December they will open. So their technology had to be used because all other stuff had alternative. Even there were few trains running, few flights running, but education campus were fully shut. So technology had to be used, and we have seen many challenges of security in Zoom. So what we did, what our students and I've mentored, they created their own platform, a DJ Conclave, and we are using it for our own system. And the beauty of it that is under our cloud, so security issue is taken care of, and it uses a very low bandwidth. So those people who have issues of bandwidth, they use a low bandwidth, and there's option of podcast available. So you can actually call and hear the recording. Not nearly have to use internet for it. So this is how technology has evolved, and we are very clear that technology has to be there, because without technology, the exponential growth does not happen. So if you have to reach to masses, technology has to be there. So that is how we categorically divide into many sections, and we partner with many edtech companies and been doing so far. This is it from my side.
One of the question from the audience is that how inclusive edtech can be for specially able children, like speech or your blindness. So how can edtech will help them? Are you using it some way to enable them?
We are on the way of process of doing it. It's a challenge. We agree that it's a challenge for the specially able students, but right now we don't have the solution for it. But we are figuring out what to do. Like the audio portion can be done for now. Like those who can't see, we have created the audio podcast so they can see. But I agree, there are challenges in the IT software right now, as of now.
Okay, another question, placement. Now, is COVID a boom for that? Because placement is basically many times physical. Now that it is virtual, I think you can bring a lot of students to participate in that, in these trainings and others. What is your experience in placement?
Placement has been a mixed bag for us. For IT-related courses, we have seen the placement has improved because technology has made it possible of virtual joining. But for those courses where practical you have to be present, like civil, mechanical, the placement has been delayed naturally because everything was shut and thing. So, but if you see the long-term prospect, the more technology is there in future, the more jobs will be created. As for me, because if you see digital marketing, it creates a lot of job: content writer, SEO specialist, graphic designer, Facebook ad, whatever it is. Technology will eventually create more jobs, but not necessarily the areas that we are familiar with right now. So it will. It's short term. It is a challenge, but I'm sure future it will be fine.
Okay, now it's the question to all the panelists. Future capacity, what are the typical areas that you are forcing in the set where the job roles and the need will be much more post-COVID? It's Dr. Savarit, Akshay, Sivarpit, anybody can answer that. I'd like to understand from all of you.
Well, I can start and take that partly. I think, like I said, in conjoining with the idea that I had kind of floated out before, it's going to be in areas which are going to be more. So I'll just borrow something from what Dr. Savrat said, right? Like, and what you also mentioned, sir. AI definitely is on the rise, and it's not just AI, right? It's a bunch of things which are automating things for good. Which also means that if you want to be relevant in the future, you need to be creating unique skills, which essentially can't be replicable in a machine. Which means that you want to be talking about more softer aspects. You want to be talking about more things that need your heart and the brain, and don't necessarily need your X number of hours to be spent in front of a screen or X number of hours doing X for whatever in an office capacity. So I think the future jobs, like I said, in my understanding, is going to be first and foremost related to consumer psychology. The person who understands consumer psychology the best, they are the folks who are going to build the best advertisements. They are the folks who are going to be the best at sales. They are the folks who are going to start great companies. And if you really understand consumer psychology, you'll also be able to understand the psychology of people that you want to bring on board and you want to build great companies. So my number one focus area for anybody I advise going out in the future is that be masters in psychology, and I think everything else will start falling into place. You need to understand what the other person wants to hear. You need to understand the perception of the long-term impact of something that you want to sell is what that impact is. What the impact of that thing is going to be, not on just that person but their family. Are they going to come back for a repurchase? And the more we do this via research, so I think research is going to be relevant. The more we do this via surveys, the more we do this via multiple studies where using technology or otherwise, we're able to understand the consumer sentiment, we're able to understand the consumer's evolving mindset, I think the more successful somebody will be. So that's one from my side.
Yeah, I agree too. I think it's psychology, but my background is in psychology, and so I totally agree with you. And I think it's a very good skill set in psychology because you understand human, you understand the cognitive processes, you understand the social aspect of it. And I think it's a very good foundation to move to all those digital new position. Like research at the moment is booming. When you look on LinkedIn in the UK, it's crazy. You know, they just look for researcher all different level, from junior all the way to very experienced one, because they can really see then psychologists can really bring a lot into the research, because we've got the research skills. So definitely researchers and with psychological background, I think it's very important. Also design, more and more people need to work in design and also in user experience design. So UX design is very important to make sure that the products are easy to use and for every customer. And the third one is development engineering. We need people to code. That's without the code, without the engineers, we can try and draw everything and do all the research we want. We need the people to execute all the finding from the research and the design and the UX. So yes, engineering, and it should be open not only to men. Engineering and coding should be also for women. And I think I would be a big advocate to push young girls to learn to code, but they will have so many jobs in the future.
So what I hear is design thinking.
Yeah, design thinking. So everything related to design will be service design, design thinking, and the research really work with them. So what we say UX research, we work with them. But the design thinking is understanding which design would be best to incorporate to the life of the person which is going to use it.
Akshay, just to react to your consumer psychology, again I will try to quote Steve Jobs. He said, never ask a consumer what he wants, because he doesn't know.
Yeah, but observe the user using it. It's very different.
Yes,
absolutely. Absolutely. So you need to be prepared for, if you understand the need really well, that's when you create an iPhone, because you're not looking for something like that.
Absolutely. You should know where the shoe pinches, actually. Simanpreet, anything from your side?
No, the main points have been covered. I was also about to say that critical thinking is an important tool set for today's thinking. It's all been covered. So be it anything, the mind is very important. We have to be better than machines. If you see the videos nowadays, even computers are playing poker better than humans. So things are changing at a very fast pace. So mindset is very important. So be it any field.
Like I said, I'll just go back and say one more thing. I'll just go back to what I said in my first few minutes. I think even as long as you pick up one thing and you become the best at it, I think that's totally. If you think of, I've been absolutely overwhelmed by the rise of YouTube stars in the last couple of years, and most of them are now household names. They're making crores of rupees every single month, right? And essentially they have big production banners now working with them. They're essentially promoting movies and whatnot. And this is a trend across Hollywood, Bollywood, Europe, everywhere. They're promoting food brands. They're essentially the whole big influencer culture, right? So I think if you're really good at expressing your thoughts with enough clarity out there on the internet, and you create the right distribution alongside it, I think you will never be like hungry. I think you're always making money. So I would put a lot of value on creating a uniqueness as you move forward.
How do we replicate creativity?
I don't think you replicate creativity. I think creativity is unique, and that will be the intersection of your own different interests, what you do in personal life. If you're playing golf versus playing cricket versus watching a television series versus reading something. So all of those things which are very unique to you are going to come together and lead into a thought. But being aware that these 4 different things are happening and I need to be aware and essentially bring those thoughts together and then write them, I think that is really important. The ability to connect, the ability to very consciously think about these things and let those thoughts connect with each other, and maybe to give them some form of longevity, write them down, tweet them out. Even if the word tells you that you are mad, whatever not, kind of let that vulnerability kind of seep through, and just keep writing, just keep expressing yourself. And maybe it's a YouTube video, maybe it's a TikTok video, maybe it's something out on LinkedIn, but if you just keep exposing your thoughts again and again, you are solidifying that content in your head somewhere, and that's building a cognitive ability, which will become really, really useful for you going forward, which will make you a better creativity strategist or creative thinker in some sense. At least that's my take. I'm also learning. I'm an aspiring artist and aspiring creative thinker.
It's all connecting the dots.
Correct, absolutely.
Thank you, Akshay, Dr. Savrit, Samarpit, for such insights, and I am sure the audience must have been benefited. At least I have learned a few more things from today's discussion and reinforce some of my thoughts that I had. And I really appreciate you taking your time and attending this platform. Thanks, Eta.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Mr. Sanjay, Mr. Akshay Chaturvedi, Dr. Emmanuel Severit, and Mr. Simarpit Singh. We had a great session. We will take a short break looking at a chamber video, and we will come back at 6:05 with our session on digital economy and its dynamics. And with this, I would also like to thank our sponsors with whose support we couldn't have done this event. Our diamond sponsor MB, our gold sponsor PwC, our silver sponsor Infinity, NextGen and JIS, who's also our chief patron, our bronze sponsor CESC, Dr. Reddy's Lab, EasyRex, Mazars, and our special thanks to Government of West Bengal's IT&E department and Webel. So join us back at 6:05 for the digital economy and its dynamics. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য ট্রিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টেন, মেডিসিন, এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধ ভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পাথর প্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত আদিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, The sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens, was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and the expert committees, under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified. Digital and virtual became the realities of the day. This seamless transformation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects, is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but the intensity of engagement from participants has only strengthened over these 100+ activities. The learnings were aplenty.
We will have to work in terms of taxation, in terms of policies for transfers to the poor. And I want to, though I'm saying that right now we cannot be obsessed with those big long-term changes, we have to worry about that very, very quickly, because the level of inequality we have in India is unacceptable and we have to work on that.
I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our base foundational education in Indian languages. And there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country. However, while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however, needs to be thought about from a very basic perspective, which is that the textbooks and curriculums in Indian languages need to be radically upgraded and updated.
The SWOT analysis, which has been done by the chamber, it mentioned that credit is a major issue. Now, with this growth in the credit, which has been witnessed in the state, this is a problem.
The critical verticals of the economy and business were blended with talk shops and programs on a plethora of subjects. Even the Chamber's signature activities were held for a global audience, with participation climbing into several thousands.
We are moving from a consumer era to a post-consumer era. I mean, we had excesses in our lives, in our behavior, in our spending. But now we are all going to look towards for health and a better balance in what we are going to do.
We are doing certain things in order to be part of the region, but not adequate. It's not making the impact, because a lot of this is G2G, government to government, not enough P2P, people to people, and certainly not enough B2B, business to business. And relationships today in the modern world are less and less about G2G. They are more and more about B2B and P2B.
So we want to have a national depository of knowledge, national practice for each and every item which is being imported in this country.
We are hoping to advance 5 key campaigns to support the reduction of emissions. We want to support a campaign on the transition to clean energy, and India is leading the world in many ways with its 450 gigawatts commitment on solar energy. The switch to clean transport, and I think there are huge opportunities for India to lead this work in this sector, particularly for 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. A campaign on nature-based solutions to demonstrate how mangroves like Sundarban can not only, protecting mangroves like the Sundarban can not only help protect communities and help them be more resilient to the effects of climate change, but can also help serve as a carbon sink to mitigate climate change itself. Work on adaptation and resilience, which is particularly important in neighbouring Bangladesh, for example, and other low-lying areas prone to flooding. And then underpinning all of that, work on finance.
2 principal focus areas, especially during this time, are people and health. On both, the Chamber has communicated learnings, best practices, and even advisories over and over again to the community at large, going much beyond the immediate business fraternity.
The concept of herd immunity is when you have random spread of a factor and there is 60 to 70% of individuals who are unable to be affected by that factor, that constitutes herd immunity. And if we're all people and the virus infects people, then whether it's a herd in the US or a herd in India, the herd is the herd, right? It's worldwide, but the development and the speed with which immunity develops, that is locally dependent, right? So wherein we in the United States have taken social distancing in some areas to heart, and people have been in their homes for weeks, herd immunity is actually developing very slowly, but in those areas, infection rates are going down. We recognize that eventually we will develop 70% of people who are immune, and that will allow us to save lives, not just because you infect less people per se, but it's because the resources to treat those people become available when they get infected.
Life goes on. Setbacks are always temporary. We fall because we can pick ourselves up again. The Chamber believes that lives and livelihoods are and will be the defining features of this normal that we are living through. In this journey, we have focused as much on addressing the business ecosystem as we have on celebrating life.
আবিষ্কার খাবার এই যে ইনিশিয়েটিভটা, এটা আপনারা সকলে দেখতেই পাচ্ছেন প্রায় উৎসবে পরিণত হয়েছে, এবং এটাই আমাদের ইচ্ছে ছিল যে এত ধরনের মানুষ, এত ধরনের খাবার, এত ধরনের রান্নাবান্না প্রত্যেক দিন এরা করে, এবং এদের কোনো স্বীকৃতি নেই সেই অর্থে। হ্যাঁ, আমরা জানি যে আবিষ্কারায় খুব ভালো খাবার পাওয়া যায়, কিন্তু আজকে সাধারণ মানুষ সবাই বাইরে থেকে এসে সবাই মিলে খাচ্ছে। বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে এই ইনিশিয়েটিভটা আমরা নিতে পেরেছি, তার জন্য খুব ভালো লাগছে, এবং সাধারণ মানুষ এইভাবে সাড়া দিয়েছেন, তার জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ।
Chambers Business IT Conclave. This session is Digital Economy and its Dynamic, and it will be moderated by Mr. Arnab Basu, Chair. Chairperson IT Committee of Bengal Chamber, and Managing Partner is Technology Consulting Leader, PricewaterhouseCoopers Private Limited. We have with us Dr. Anindya Ghosh Hansrel, Professor of Business, Professor Information Operations and Management Sciences, and Professor of Marketing, Academic Director, MS in Business Analytics Program, Co-Director, MS in Business Analytics, Capstone Program, NYU Stern, USA. We have with us Mr. Charlie Graf and Mr. Konstantin Statisnakis, Managing Partner and Senior Partner of Defendier Data-Centric Security from Switzerland, Mr. Fawaz Shakrala, Head of IT BIPD and Founder BTech Blockchain Group Bahrain, and Mr. Sanjay Puri, Chairman and Founder US-India Political Action Committee USA. So with this, I request Mr. Arnab Basu to take the session forward.
Thank you, Angana, and it's really a august gathering from all across the globe that we have here. And you know, what more can be talked about the digital economy? I think the digital economy and the digital transformation that is driving it is something we have seen firsthand, all of us, over the last several months. And I think as we keep talking to different organizations, digital transformation remains a top priority for clients, and it's just that they're looking at it a bit differently, they're defining it a bit differently, and today we would hear about the digital economy from all the august speakers, and they would also look at it from different lenses. And when we look at what are the top priorities where you know, organizations are spending, I think it's not just the normal ones around increasing productivity or cutting costs, but I think it's a lot about being better prepared for risks, being more sustainable, and improvement of the tech architecture has almost become like I would say, table stakes, right? And I think the way I see it, it is about, the digital economy obviously has to deliver better value, but also I would say safer value in today's world, right? And what do I mean by it? Of course, better value would mean, better access to market and sector knowledge. I would say analytical and data science innovation. How does the digital economy provide opportunities for creativity and innovation? The technology expertise, as I said, maybe providing a completely disruptive outside-in perspective, but it's also a lot about the safer value in terms of understanding of the relevant laws and the regulations, understanding the geopolitics and the economic risks involved, understanding the supply chains involved, maybe producing a clear and concise documentation about, what are the, different ways of competing in the market. And then, of course, taking responsibility. It's not just about providing a digital solution, right? So I think in terms of our program over the last week and this week, where we are looking at technology for humans, I think it's my pleasure to first invite Anindya to probably talk about how the work he has been doing and his team has been doing around well-being of humans, how technology is being used directly by people across the globe for looking after themselves better, to ensure that they lead healthier lifestyle, to ensure that they get better, I would say, awareness about their own health. So over to you, Anindya, for your discourse.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm going to share my screen.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Arnab, for the introduction, and thank you, Angana, for inviting me. Very good evening to all of you in India. Good afternoon if you're in Europe. So, like Arnab said, I am here to talk to you about how we've been using, in a consortium of companies, a combination of wearable devices, digital platforms, and mobile health, to essentially see if we can make some concrete improvements in people's lives by improving their healthcare. Okay. This is a large-scale project, covering several months. In fact, more than 2 years now, in different parts of the globe, mostly in the Far East. But now, since then, we've also working with folks here in North America and in the Middle East, and we are starting to look at some potential partners in Europe as well. So the idea here is that
as I'm sure many of you have wearable devices, in your wrist, or you have an app on your phone that monitors how much you're walking, how much you're exercising, how much you're sleeping. There have been various combinations of sophistication in these mobile health apps. Some of them will essentially record rudimentary, basic data, such as your sleeping patterns and exercise patterns, but many of them are much more advanced, in which they also record your nutrition, what food you're eating, how many calories you are, putting in, and how many calories you are spending, and that sort of thing. The healthcare ecosystem is currently undergoing a disruptive digital transformation, right? And there's tremendous potential in shaping this healthcare industry towards this new era of what I refer to as a quantified self phenomena, where people are willing to track their data in order to make improvements in their lives. A lot of interesting, mergers and acquisitions have happened. You've all heard about Google and Fitbit. Very recently, Google also acquired the mobile health startup called Synosis, which uses pretty advanced cameras, accelerometers from your phone, and microphones from modern day smartphones as the new type of healthcare diagnostic tool. So since we started looking at this ecosystem, it occurred to us that there is a gap here. And the gap is nobody's really asked this question: does it make a difference in people's lives when they adopt these mobile health apps or wearable devices? Is it very short term or is it long term? I mean, some people make some changes in their lifestyle, but then does it stop after a few months, or do they continue? And more importantly, the bigger question in our mind is, can we measure the effect of changes in their lifestyle on actual healthcare outcomes like hospital visits and doctor visits, et cetera, et cetera? Okay. So our goal here is, we are essentially deploying in a variety of countries these mobile health solutions that can enable the capturing and the integration and the analysis of very critical interaction between patients, care providers, and the health system, so that we can get data on a continuum of patient care. Okay? And as you can imagine, this kind of smart and connected mobile health infrastructure can be especially helpful for chronic diseases like diabetes and blood pressure and glucose, sugar, those sort of things. Okay? And so while we are going through this process, we are also cognizant of some challenges. Some people are concerned about privacy because they believe that their data belongs to them, and they're not very sure if they can trust a third party. So we have to obviously resolve some of those challenges and make it this sort of a butler-like service. A couple of years back, I wrote a book about how mobile smartphone data can be used by marketers, advertisers, in the form of a butler, or what we call, not a stalker, right? So we've also been doing this in a way that is, privacy friendly, and I'll talk a little more about that as well. So again, here's the main question, right? What is the impact of the adoption of mobile health technologies on the healthcare outcomes of patients with chronic diseases? And we're looking at 4 metrics. First, we're going to look at lifestyle and wellness behavior. Specifically, we're looking at eating, sleeping, exercising. What you're eating, how many calories you're putting in, okay, what you're exercising, how many calories you're spending, and then sleeping patterns, okay, and then any additional behavior like alcohol consumption and that sort of thing. Okay, so that's what we call the lifestyle wellness data. Then we have chronic health outcomes. So today, for the interest of time, I'll focus primarily on glucose and diabetes and those sort of things, but we can also look at blood pressure and other chronic diseases. The third thing we will look at is something long-term. If we are seeing evidence that people are making changes in their lifestyle, does that show in reduction in hospital visits over time, and also obviously reduction in medical expenses? Okay? So this is what we've been investigating. So again, like I said, we've done this in several parts of the world, but I'll situate this in one context. The first time we did this was in collaboration with the largest mobile health platform in Asia. They specialize in diabetes care. They have, at the time when we started talking with them, they had more than 156,000 active patients who were participating in this platform. This platform is, again, a consortium of mobile app developers, hospitals, physicians, nurses, and obviously wearable device companies. So it's really a nice interdisciplinary sort of a project. We worked with two sets of physicians, internal expert team of 20 physicians and nurses, and then an external expert team of more than 9,900 affiliated physicians. Okay? And the physicians come from all parts of, so they are pharmacists, nurses, psychologists, nutritionists, and not just general physician. And this was important. We're looking at the entire wellness behavior. Obviously, this required permission from the National Ministry of Health and the Office of Chronic Disease Management, just to make sure we are doing everything in a privacy-friendly way. That's the overall randomized setting. So to give you some examples of what these apps do, there are basically 4 core functions. Okay, so the patient app provides diabetes patient with 24/7 services. First of all, there's behavior tracking. This is where patients can record and upload at any point in time their blood glucose, their blood pressure, exercises, their diet, weight, sleeping patterns, nutrition, etc. Okay, that's just fundamental behavior tracking. The second thing is what we call personalized risk assessment. This is basically where we deployed machine learning and artificial intelligence algorithms to come up with a personalized risk assessment for each patient. This will take into account more than 45 different types of medical conditions for each patient, including the stage of the diabetes, the type of diabetes, like diabetes 1 or 2, if the patient is pregnant, whether they have other comorbidities, etc., etc. So it's a non-trivial way to predict, extrapolate the current risk assessment into a future risk assessment. And this is the core part of the app. The third thing is Q&A. So in this app, the patients can contact any of those physicians, either in the internal or the external network, for free consultation regarding medication, treatment, etc. And finally, we have the patient community. This is where patients can basically participate in a digital community by talking to each other. There's a lot of support groups, right? So like-minded people reach out to each other for these kind of support groups. Okay, so just to give you one, those are the 4 core functions of this app. And we are primarily focused on number 1 and number 2, the behavior tracking feature and the risk assessment and the personalized solution. Okay? Next, I'm going to show you some screenshots of what these apps look like. So as you can see from the screen here, the one on the left is basically illustrating an overview of the homepage after you log in. Okay. And as you will see, when we carried out these experiments, we were cognizant that not every patient on the planet will have a mobile phone. Yes, mobile phones are ubiquitous, but there are many folks in poorer countries who don't necessarily have a smartphone, but they may have other kind of internet connection. Okay? So we devised a desktop version, a web version, as well as a mobile version. And they have very similar features. But the idea was to examine differences between desktop users and mobile users. So this is what the homepage looks like. As you can see, there's a lot of features that talk about your sleeping, smoking, drinking, and the sugar button is where you input your daily blood glucose levels. At the time when we started working with this, the method was the standard prick. You prick your finger and then you sort of put it in. But more recently, we've also gotten access to some newer technologies that can scan, instead of pricking, they can actually scan and predict what the blood glucose levels are. It's not, at least my anecdotal understanding, is not as accurate as the self-pricking method. And this is the next figure shows you how the user behavior tracking pages looks like. This is where you are visualizing the blood glucose, your blood pressure, your diet, your exercise. You can see your high and low blood pressure, the calories, calories spent during exercises, and those sort of things. Okay. So again, the basic idea is we are going to carry out a massive field experiment with thousands of patients. And you're going to see the design next. We are then going to be looking at a treatment and a control. One set of patients who are given access to these mobile apps, another set of patients who are not given access to this, and then we examine the difference between people who have these versus those who don't. Okay. So this is a little more detail on what the field experiments have looked like. Like I said, we've done this now in China and South Korea, now doing this in other parts of the world. This is the first of many, right? So the basic idea is, let's start with a randomized sample of, let's say, 1,000 patients, okay? And we are going to examine them over a 15-month period. The time period has to be long enough so that we can examine both the short-term and the medium and possibly long-term effects. So we're going to have two control groups. The first control group we had was basically the baseline, right? These guys get access to no apps, either the web or the mobile app, okay? And then we have the treatment groups. The second control group is the one that only has access to the internet app, the desktop app. And then we have three treatment groups. One set of patients got the smartphone app. A second set of patients got the smartphone app along with a reminder, a daily reminder that comes like a text message. And it basically reminds you, hey, it's time for you to exercise, or it's time for you to, walk a little around, or it's time for you to eat healthier, that sort of thing, a very generic reminder. But then we also wanted to look at personalization because, of this privacy and personalization debate. And so we have a third treatment group here. Those are the patients where they get the mobile app, but in addition to the mobile app, they also get a personalized reminder with patient-specific data advice from the medical doctors. Okay, so this one, the last treatment group would be like, hey, Anindo, today you only walked 45 minutes, you normally walk an hour, maybe you should walk a little more. Or today you had, 300 more calories than normal. Let's tomorrow cut it down by 300 calories. So it's very personalized. And part of the reason is we wanted to see if people respond better to personalization as opposed to generic ones. Okay? So I won't get into much details, but this table will tell you the main set of findings. And since it's scientific research, I did want to show you some numbers before talking about the implications, right? So the way to interpret this is, if you look at the first column, this tells you the difference in glucose levels of these patients before they adopted mobile devices, apps, and after. The second column tells you the hemoglobin levels. This is glycated hemoglobin level. So if you are a diabetes patient, you know what a glycated hemoglobin level is. This tells you how that changed for patients who adopted mobile health apps versus those who don't. And the third and the fourth column tells you the long-term effects, okay? Like, did the hospital visits reduce and did the medical expenditures reduce, okay? And so the core groups of interest for us are the three treatment groups, T1, T2, T3. And you will see, first of all, look at the magnitude. All of the three treatment groups have a higher magnitude than the two control groups, okay, for glucose and for hemoglobin. What this is saying that all the patients who've been treated with a mobile health app or treated with a health app along with a reminder that is generic or a reminder that is personalized, they all make active changes in their lifestyle that actually reduces their glucose levels, reduces their glycated hemoglobin levels, okay? In addition, they also have fewer hospital visits, okay? And they have lower expenses. So not only are we seeing a short-term positive impact on their wellness, but we're also seeing a longer-term impact on their hospital visits and on their expenditure. Okay? So there's a lot more detail in these projects that we have. If any of you is interested, just let me know. I'm happy to send you all of these papers. But just to remind you again, the method that is going on, the mechanism is that first, patients adopt these wearable devices and their mobile health apps. They enroll in this large-scale digital platform that has already 150,000 patients at this point. Then they get these personalized or generic reminders by a team of physicians, okay? Then, first of all, in the short term, they make changes in their daily food habits, their daily exercise habits, and in their daily sleeping patterns, the three main things. Then we further break it down into specific elements of what kinds of food, nutrition, balancing, fat, calories, and protein and carbohydrate, that sort of thing. We also look at exercise between walking and running, aerobic and cardio, that sort of thing, okay? So I will end by just summarizing in the next 2 minutes what we are seeing here. We are excited about these projects because we have implemented them now in the real world. We are seeing the following three things. Okay, so first of all, the adoption of these mobile health platforms that are enabled by wearable devices and apps very clearly shows a statistically significant effect on patients' immediate wellness, whether it's in terms of changing their food and diet and exercise and sleeping, which in turn leads to a drop in their glucose and diabetes levels, also leads to a drop in other chronic diseases like blood pressure. We definitely see a longer term effect as well. In fact, we have seen that for these patients, over a 15-month period, as they reduce their chronic diseases, there's a reduction in hospital visits, so there's and a reduction in medical expenses. There is some of that substitution with telehealth, but overall, the frequency of interactions with physicians is going down. For parts of the world where there are differences between, internet penetration on desktops and web penetration, we definitely see that the, mobile has a stronger effect than desktop. So now we are working with a variety of stakeholders in this ecosystem to essentially increase the impact and generalize this beyond some of the pilot studies we've done, because we believe that, look, there's very clear implications. There's implications obviously for patients in modifying their well-being and health outcomes through their behavioral modifications, which can be a diet change or a lifestyle change, etc. And there's also clearly implication for the stakeholders like physicians, hospitals, and the healthcare ecosystem. If we can reduce by facilitating behavioral modifications, if we can reduce the frequency of visits and the medical expenses, then clearly this has some non-trivial, very positive social welfare impact as well. So like I said, we've done this now successfully in a few places, a few countries in Asia, mostly in the Far East. And now we are in talks with various stakeholders in the Middle East and Europe, US, and gradually getting into Europe. So thank you again. I'll stop here, Arnab, and maybe if there's any questions, happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Anindo. We do have a few questions which have come in as you were speaking. The first one, of course, is that there are several mobile apps in the market right now, and how do you choose between them? And, you also mentioned that, and that's what I noticed, that, the non-personalized interventions led to the, best results, not the personalized ones, as, you would normally think. So I think if I sort of club these two questions, your views of, plethora of mobile apps, and why do you think the non-personalized ones are more successful?
Yeah. So on the first question, how do you choose the mobile health apps? So we've done this through various partnerships with the government. So in many of these countries, the government has taken an active step to identify which is their partner for mobile health app and recommend only one or two apps to these patients. Okay. So instead of leaving the search costs on the patients, and it's coming from top down. Okay, so it's almost like a government mandate. Let's do it this way. And that removes the discovery and the search costs. The second one, you're absolutely right. So we were very intrigued about this privacy personalization debate. And it turns out that we are finding increasingly that even in places like the Far East, where the people are a lot more far less privacy concerned, in the world of healthcare, they did show some resistance. So they responded better to generic messages, but not to personalized messages. So we followed up our field experiments with surveys. We went back to each of those few thousand patients and surveyed them, and the vast majority of them said that two things. One is when it's very personalized, healthcare reminder, we feel like we are being judged in how we live our lives, and we don't like that judgment. Okay, so a little bit of a hands-off approach is preferable. We feel that there is some privacy intrusion, which is an interesting remark, because when we reminded them, do you realize that when you upload your data, you're actually sharing your data not just for your own benefit, but for the benefit of the whole community? Because our team of machine learning engineers have access to not just your data, but everybody's data, and we are, training our algorithms on that data. So they seem to be okay with that approach, but they were a little apprehensive about getting these personalized reminders.
So a follow-up question, which is more a question from me, Anando, is that, I'm giving you my data, and as you said, that people are feeling judged. What's your thought around, diabetes is a chronic disease, and, generally we see that there are several other diseases which tends to get, come into a patient after several years of being a diabetes patient, right? So, do you have any kind of predictive models working in terms of trying to say that, okay, you have been a diabetic for the last 5 years, this is what your data has been, or whatever, and hence we now think that, these are the 3 other very serious complications, whether it's about a kidney, about your heart, or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's what I want you to be careful of, not just solve the more, I would say, more mundane issue of, whether you've taken your medicine or whether you've done your exercise. I'm not saying that they're less important, because they are probably more important. But I think in terms of when I think of myself as a patient, if I get a bit of advanced prediction, probably that could be a very useful thing for somebody like.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. Absolutely. So this is definitely incorporated in a basic way at this point in our algorithms, but we have plans of, building a much more elaborate sort of predictive model that incorporates this and then predicts possible anomalies in the future. So right now, the way it works is, based on your, again, these 3 elements, exercise and sleeping and diet, and this glucose, blood pressure levels, we can definitely predict any anomalies in your current or near short term. Okay. In addition to that, we've also gotten data on their other comorbidities, which might not be flaring up at this point, but they are basically below the radar. So for instance, for people who are providing their, blood report data, we're also collecting other elements from the blood reports. So the basic idea is, in the future, we want to build a model that will predict, 3 years from now, watch out for, a stroke, or watch out for, some sort of, arrest. So yeah, I think that is basically in the works. So we haven't fully implemented that yet.
Thank you, Anindo, and it was really quite enlightening to hear about what's happening in this field. So thanks a lot for your time. I would probably move now to Charlie and Constantine. I think we heard Anindo talk about, patients being not too keen to share their data. You both are from Switzerland. We know about the very strict data regulations in the EU. And of course, the great concern that we have for security of our data. And not just about, my health data, which is of course very, very, private, but even generic consumer data, because we tend to be seeing this huge data explosion happening. And so what are your thoughts around that, and what you're seeing in the digital economy around protecting yourselves? Charlie, over to you.
Thank you very much. Let me share my screen, and then we kick it off. So it was very interesting to hear about that. Hopefully we can link some of this information with data privacy and protection. So warm welcome from myself and from Constantine. We would like to take the chance to talk about data privacy, especially in those areas where we think it would be very important and relevant. Especially, as you just mentioned, the regulations. As we know, always IT follows the business and the latest trends. There's a lot of things going on. Also due to the pandemic, digitalization has been pushed a lot. Home office have pushed a lot. So what we are trying to do today is creating some awareness of sensitive data and how can we make sensitive data a little bit more secure with some technical measures. A little bit of ourselves today. We are coming from Switzerland. Of course, we have we are So, can you hear us again?
Yes, we can, Charlie.
Okay, sorry about that. We just will re-kick it off. Sharing my screen. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, okay. Today we would like to give a little bit some insights on sensitive data and especially exposed to internal threats. We would like to show you one specific solution to counteract that risk, and we would also give you a little live demo on how this looks like on one specific use case. First of all, we would like to give you some information about the large research that has been done on internal threats. And they sent out a few thousand, 400,000 questionnaires to the market, to the IT and security people. And they got the following feedback regarding internal threats. So internal threat is really something that has to be considered in the all-over security consideration. The problem is not from outside initially, because there might be some volumes and attacks. Of course, we see this every day. The problem is on inside the threats that you have the chance for high quality data and really concentrated data that might impact your organization. And if you see some of the key risks that have been stated, that there is a few risks, especially that people have broad access to the data. Also, business processes are there or routines that led to a data breach, mainly unintentional. And also, most of the organizations stated that they really have recorded some offenses regarding insider risks. So that's something organizations should consider if they provide any services with sensitive data. Give us the opportunity to quickly talk about the technical and organizational measures. We have the example of the GDPR in the EU, which has come effect in 2018, and more countries are adopting some of these rules. And one thing most of those rules have in common: sensitive data needs to be protected with either and organizational and technical measures. Especially on the technical measures, there are a few things that need to be considered, like we've seen before with the e-health or other financial services, whatever, that there are a few things that needs to be considered and needs to be done in order to be sure that the sensitive data of a data owner is protected accordingly. There are a few things that can be done and should be considered in an overall solution. We also are aware that a few changes has also come into India with the Data Protection Bill Act from 2019, that there are a few things are in common, and also we've seen that you have a few differences. But the main principle is always the same. Let's protect sensitive data from disclosure and abuse. So this should be one of the basic principles in all solutions that we design. When we talk about personal identification, which is identification data, which is actually the key element of most of businesses outside, that we not only think about credit card details, that we only not think about address detail, but there are much more data that needs to be considered, as you can see on the latest trends. We also put e-health there, that e-health is becoming a huge potential for digital data that will be stored globally through cloud services, through any other services that actually consolidating all this data. So Internet of Things, where your smart home becomes interesting to know what are your behaviors when you go up, what kind of food or drinks you like, when you go to bed, all this information becomes crucial in protecting. And that's why we think it's very important to really consider what kind of data do we have and what do we do with it. But this is not the end of the story. We not only have just personal identification data, there are much more data around in your organization. There might be some personal information like customer information, but you also have employee information, as we just mentioned, health and other information. But more relevant are also the feature data that you have. For example, contracts, blueprints, intellectual property. So all these items that actually represents your enterprise assets. Mostly we've seen so far is that those items are not really in the consideration of the data protection measures organization take. But what is happening if your core VCP of an organization is in the hand of your competition? Most probably you won't like that. So whatever you do, we should consider in your model, what kind of data do you have, how risky it is to lose it or to have it in other hands. When you have the influence factors, we talked about GDPR before. Of course, data privacy laws are one area, but you have regulatory requirements. You have probably corporate guidelines, or you have social trends like ethical and moral responsibility, which lead to the fact that you have sensitive data that you would like to protect. We would like to give you an example of how could technical measures be taken for protecting data. Today we will talk about personal data and business applications. There is one area of technical measures that you can use. It's called DCAP. And DCAP is something Gartner Group used recently for consolidating products and services that are combining multiple disciplines to protect your data. And there are a few products, and we will show you one example today, how we can really protect data from unwanted disclosure or unwanted use. But before we go into this, one area we always find interesting to talk to organization is what kind of risks are related to the data we have, the data we use, we collect, or we provide with other organizations. And here is one item that we think is very useful if you do a threat modeling, thinking about what kind of scenarios might lead to a higher risk or might to a reputation problem with the organization. And as an example, we are combining all use cases into three basic groups. One is all risk related to access patterns. Do we want really standard access middle of the night where we don't have any business hours? Then we have as a second group, like more in the area of fraud monitoring or unusual behavior within the business processes. So we have the business process use cases, and we will show you today one which is called access to special sets of data. In our example, we will use the VIP customers because we will showing you a use case on a CRM. And the final group is actually that we have specific use cases for securing the data either in motion or at rest, like encryption, exfiltration, exports, and data. So where the data flow comes into the mind, we also want to make sure that we are protecting the data from higher risks. So let us follow now an example that we are going to show you. The VIP customers is, we've seen this with many organizations around here when we integrate those solutions, that especially telecoms or financial services, they have a set of customers where data exposure shouldn't happen at all because they might impact the person, that might impact the partners. So the VIP customer has become a very important use case to us. We're going to show you a use case called dynamic masking of VIP customer data, which means that we will have a business application containing VIP customers, but we are going to mask the data for those users who are not allowed to see VIP customers. But technically speaking, we are not changing the data at the source, so the data remains integral for all other processes or other use cases. But if it comes to consummation of VIP customers, we are going to change the clear data into a masked data format so we don't have any disclosure that we don't want. What we are going to show you now is a small online CRM application, and we are going to interact with a DCAP solution where we have installed an agent on the business application, which is monitoring the data flow from the request to the data delivery from the data source. And we are going to actually change some of the data requests where we see VIP customers coming into effect. Let me now change here, and I will hand over to Konstantin so he can give you some insights about what we are going to do.
Thank you, Charlie. So as Charlie just mentioned and laid out before, what we are seeing here is a small CRM application. This is an online application called OpenBravo. And in this OpenBravo application, we just accessed it with two different users, which are from the same company. They actually are virtually sitting close to each other, having similar rights. One of the users has a little bit more rights, so he's able to see afterwards, once we do the transformation, afterwards is still able to see the VIP customers, the other one is not. What we see right here is Adam actually and Bill are logged in, and they have accessed the customer list, and they see all the customers in just clear, and this is what we basically see in most companies which we didn't have any interaction or didn't do any modification of their business process. As Charlie just pointed out before, all of our data streams are
You cannot see the screen, you only see the PPT. Wo kann ich das schon wieder machen? Ich sehe es nicht.
Muss auch stoppen. We're just coming back for 1 second. We have to re-share our screen. Just let us know if you see now our screens. In this case, you should see again the two OpenBravo sessions of the CRM. So let me just get back for 1 minute and explain you what you see. What you see here is actually the two different users which are logged into these the CRM, which are seeing both the customer list. One of the customers, Adam, and the other user is Bill. Excuse me for this one, and they see actually just the plain customer list where we have not did any interaction with that one. As Charlie pointed out just before, there are some of the customers which belong to a VIP list, and they don't want to be exposed to all of the users of this application or this company. So what we are going to do right now is we just activate our agent, which is on which does not affect any of the source data, but just all data in motion. So we are able to catch within the stream the data coming from the database to the screen of this specific user, and we modify this one. Please, this is very important. Just acknowledge that the data are not changed at all at the source. They are always integer, and they can always be used for any other processes. So what we're going to do right now is activate the agent and the rule, and I'm going to re-access here the customer list, do here the same again, and what you will be you'll be seeing here right now, Adam is accessing the customer list, and suddenly he does not see 5 of these customers or 4 of these customers because they are encrypted in motion, and pointed out that he has no access to this one. He knows right now that these are VIP customers, but he don't know exactly which they are. If we compare that to Bill knows exactly which they are. He can still access all of the data, and he's a kind of governance user who can access all of the data for any time.
The big opportunity here is that we can specifically work on specific data items, data subjects like names, like address, like email. So we can really specifically mark and change the data from this, of course, this is dynamically masked. You know that the data has changed, but we also can change social security number and can pseudonymize or anonymize. So you see a number, but you don't know whether it's a real number or not. Now, coming to the next use case that we've seen a huge risk in applications is the export feature, that you can export data from the application.
Once you do this, so we see, hey, now the user might be smart enough and say, hey, come on, I can access all this data, or I can tear them down and use it for my personal purpose, or for whatever reason he'd like to download this one. So he goes to this, goes to the export function, downloads all the data, and say, hey, I got now all this information. But in this case, you see exactly, oh, the data are not coming in clear, but they come as we saw them before in the application. They're encrypted and not accessible for this user for this user here. If Bill does the same one, Bill has access to these. He can open that one, and he sees all of the data in clear and can continue to use them. What we now done is actually, hey, we go one step further and say, hey, once we allow our employees to export the data and tear them down to a local drive or whatever, or he wants to share them, send them out through email, upload it to any Dropbox or whatever. We say, okay, once we do this, we go one step further and we encrypt all this data using Microsoft information protection services. And what you see now is actually when we do the export, it creates an Excel file. This Excel file we are going to open, and Excel informs us, hey, we're accessing rights management here. And if you are allowed to see these data, this is okay. And if you're not allowed, and if policies say we don't want to do that, we say, hey, you're actually not allowed to access all this data. You will not be allowed to download them or to do any further use except of the use within the company or our policy say. Sorry? Go ahead.
So, as a quick summary, what we've done in this very short time is we protected sensitive data from unwanted disclosure in dynamically masking the data. And secondly, we encrypted the exported data in the XLS file as a protected file. So in that case, we have one use case, but actually 2 items have been protected. So DCAP gives you one area of protection where you can do this quite easily with minimal invasive installation requirements on the application side, but you have full control on the data, and you really also can monitor the transactions out of it. You can also create security alerts based on monitoring use cases, etc. So that's why we think DCAP is one instrument for protecting sensitive data with not influencing too much the business strategy, the digitalization path, but still we have control on the sensitive data.
Thank you, Charlie and Konstantin. So I think some questions have come through. The first one is that, while this is very nice to see in terms of an organization, how they can invest in, protecting the data, as a consumer, when I'm parting with my data, how do I understand the kind of data protection which, the organizations which would be getting my data, how they would react? So it's more the, consumer to organization dilemma versus how organizations are there, they're taking to, how is that visible to customers?
This is a very good question. When we see on the social trends recently, when social media has come up, and also, let's say, maturization of people using smartphones and mobile apps, etc., that people in generally have a natural trust on their provider. So they share the data, they do it because they think, of course, this is a company which has a reputation, etc. it's only rely on basically on trust of the user that the company is handling my data very well. Besides, especially in the EU where we have the GDPR, where the companies are forced to protect my personal data, and I've always have the right to claim what the company is doing with my data. I also can request for rights to be forgotten, that if I don't have any business relation anymore or any other purpose for them keeping my data, ask them to delete my data. But still, it's always based on trust. And we know that the business is always advancing very fast. They are very innovative. They try to bring in new stuff. The regulator is always behind, tries to stop this. And so I think sometimes you have to be in the middle, that the consumer should, especially when it comes to very, very sensitive information, financial information, health information, personal identity information, that this person really consider, am I really willing to give my data to this organization? Do they have anything in mind or anything established to protect my data, if not by the regulatory or by legal laws? So trust is the only item we have at this point in time.
The other question which Charlie came across was that as we've all moved into very quickly, in some cases in an unprepared manner, into this work from home model for across the world, what kind of, additional risks that you see have been, sort of taken or, has come in the last 6 months compared to how we were before?
Very excellent question as well. We've seen one big risk that has arisen is if you are forcing people to work from home. Many people, they have their infrastructure from the employer. Some are using their own infrastructure. One big problem is that all of a sudden, all data that the organization uses has been distributed decentrally extremely fast. So actually managing the data flow and controlling what kind of sensitive data is where has become very, very much difficult, I would say. And you have to do a lot of efforts actually to control and manage this sensitive data. So of course we understand that organizations want to remain in the business and make sure that all the daily processes are still up and running. But when it comes to the data privacy and protection, this latest home office trend has impacted this area, probably accepted by compliance and governance within organization. But IT and security, they have to do something to reduce the risks. So one was urgent, now comes the homework that those organizations need to do. But data has been distributed like crazy.
Thank you, Charlie, and thank you, Konstantin. That was really quite interesting, and to understand how this can be, secured. I'll move to a slightly different topic around how, smart contracting and how, blockchain is impacting the digital economy. So we have Mr. Fawaz Chakrala, from the BTech Blockchain Group, and of course, he's also the head of IT BIPD. So Fawaz, I think maybe if you would like to share a few thoughts around, we keep hearing around blockchain, how it's impacting the digital economy.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Arnab, for the introduction. First of all, I appreciate the opportunity to be able to present this information, and especially for the team who made this possible for this event from BCC&I. I'm sure it was a big challenge organizing the event for multiple speakers in different countries. So a lot of credit goes to them. So I'll be talking about blockchain digital economy, how blockchain plays an important and critical role in the digital economy globally, right? We'll talk about some examples, and we're going to see how this actually presents a major opportunity for you as a as a business owner, or even as an executive of existing company, and how you can leverage blockchain to help improve your value proposition for your customers. So, but first off, I just want to share, before I begin, I just want to share some important facts here. This was published by the United Nations Conferences and Trade and Development report. It's called the Blockchain the Digital Economy Report. And the numbers are really shocking. So when we look at here, some important numbers, the geography of the digital economy is highly concentrated in two countries, mainly China and the United States. So for example, 75% of all patents related to blockchain technologies is owned and controlled or obtained by US and China, 25% for the rest of the world. 50% of global spending on IoT is between China and the US. More than 75% of the global computing market is between China and the US, right? And these are shocking numbers. And when you look at here, for example, China and the US, 90% of the global market cap value of the world's 70 largest digital platforms is owned by the US and China, right? So these are shocking numbers, which basically these are clear indicators. When you look at 75% of the global patents of blockchain technology owned by US and China, it's a clear indicator that they believe blockchain is going to be an important role in playing in the future of global digital economy. And that's one of the reasons why they're going after such patents in blockchain technologies. With Bitcoin, with Ethereum, with a lot of the different blockchain platforms currently in the market, this really paints a clear picture of where we're heading in the future. So the agenda for today is I'll be talking about the impact of COVID-19 on the digital economy currently. I'll talk about the birth of blockchain, how this whole thing started, just very briefly about Bitcoin. And then I'll talk about how blockchain works in terms of transactions and in terms of blocks. And then I'll talk about security in blockchain and how blockchain is solving business problems today in different industries such as healthcare and also in, for example, real estate sector. And if we have some time, I'll go briefly about how to start a blockchain project. First off, the impact of COVID-19 on the digital economy. We basically have two main areas of impact. One is COVID-19, the beginning of the year, when it happened in March, it accelerated the digital transformation of companies. So in the beginning of the year, many companies in different industries were already looking at digital transformation, improving their value proposition using digital technologies, using different digital technologies. When COVID-19 hit, and then people had to work remotely from home, it sort of accelerated that. Companies are closing down, branches of banks are closed for physical, people coming physical to the branches. So they had to really start implementing their digital transformation projects immediately on the spot. The second area here we have actually is customers became much more demanding in their products and services. So for example, if you're an existing company right now offering your products and services, and some of your top 20 customers, the second they see your competitors are offering a better price point product or a lower price point product, they're going to go straight there. They're going to skip you and go straight there. And this is a high risk, right? Simply because of the COVID-19 impact on the price sensitivity of products and services, right, going forward. Especially this covers US, Europe, and the Middle East. So it is now imperative that companies have to look at how can they leverage the latest innovative technologies to help improve their unique value proposition or unique selling point for their end customers. And one of them is leveraging the latest technology, whether it's blockchain, whether it's AI, whether it's RPA, whether it's any other automation tools to help really improve, number one, the quality of their services and provide a better price point for their end customers to make sure they maintain their main customers, right? So now let's shift a little bit about the birth of blockchain, how we all got here. If you think back to 2008, 2009 financial crisis, there's a movie on Netflix called The Big Short, which is based on a true story. The entire world economy was sinking so fast like the Titanic, and almost every industry was impacted, right? Retail industry, real estate, banks stopped lending money, capital was being wiped off, the credit crisis, and so on. So, and then we later found out that the leaders, the executives, and the CEOs of those big banks on Wall Street, they were responsible for creating the financial crisis. There's a couple of movies that prove this. A movie called Inside Job, and they talk specifically about this. And to make matters worse, the executives and the CEOs of those banks, they weren't even prosecuted in court in the US, right? They weren't even prosecuted for fraud or any kind of fraud activities, right? So this raises serious concerns. So a guy or a group of people by the name of Satoshi Nakamoto said, based on the system, I cannot trust the system. I have to create a brand new system where I can be able to shift money person to person, country to country, skipping the banks and skipping the central banks. Because if I put my money in those banks, these guys, they had the chance, they would do it again. Guess what? They will do it again because they know they can get away with it, right? So, and then of course, Bitcoin was created with the white paper and everything else. And then a few years later, a guy by the name of Vitalik Buterin, who was actually a computer science student at the time in Canada, who was very interested in Bitcoin and how it functions, and specifically the technology that makes Bitcoin possible, the security behind it. So he was interested to see how Bitcoin works and how blockchain works. And then he started forming different hypotheses saying that how can I leverage blockchain, the technology that makes Bitcoin possible, and implement it on different corporations, companies, for use cases which companies can actually benefit from, not only for a cryptocurrency based between person to person. And so he joined forces with other technology professionals, and they moved to Switzerland, and they launched Ethereum. In 2015, Ethereum was born. And when Ethereum was created, it brought to us a brand new economic model of opportunities for us to consider. STO, security token offering, is one of those new opportunities. Token share ownership, record registration, and of course, smart contracts. Now, in the beginning, in 2015, in the summer, in July, it was called ICOs, initial coin offering. It was for the first time in the history of our world where a company can actually launch an application and allow the general public globally to subscribe to their token by purchasing into that token using Ether or using any of the cryptocurrencies. They can actually purchase and subscribe to that token. And of course, we know that many of the ICOs did not even materialize. There's a lot of fraud cases behind them, but the technology still works. And that's what proves to us that technology still actually works. And that's what creates a big opportunity for us to consider. And now with STOs going forward, is now regulations playing an important role into making this possible. Now let's talk a little bit about blockchain transactions and blocks. Very simply, every transaction on the open ledger, it can be altered, modified, or deleted. Any transaction has a date and timestamp, a sender and receiver, and account address. Every block on the blockchain has a group of transactions, about 120 to 130 transactions per block. Decentralized means there's no central control on these applications on the ledger, right? So it's important to understand cryptocurrency is one type of an application on the blockchain. The same way we say email is one type of an application on the internet. Video streaming is a different kind of application on the internet. So cryptocurrency smart contract is another kind of an application on the blockchain. Record registration, or also known as records keep, also is a different kind of application on the blockchain. And this is why we're seeing how we can leverage those different kinds of applications for different use cases today that we can actually solve in different industries. Now, one of the core security layers in blockchain is called the SHA-256, which stands for Secure Hashing Algorithm 256-bit. Now, this is one of the core foundations. If you guys are watching this on your laptops, you can actually scan this with your mobile. It will take you to the screen, which we will see next. It's just a simple representation how SHA function works and why it plays such a critical role in blockchain. So here's what the screen will look like. So SHA is based on a mathematical algorithm. When I take any input message, let's say, for example, I type Fawaz here, F-A-W-A-Z, and I hit calculate the hash value, Bitcoin and Ethereum, they use SHA-256. I will get a fixed length output here, right? This is a fixed length output only that corresponds to Fawaz. If I change one letter, I'm going to get a different fixed length output. If I only put a dot instead of Fawaz, for example, I'm just going to get a fixed length output. Now, why this is important? Because mathematically, and based on this algorithm, 98% chance I would not be able to reverse the transaction. I cannot go back from the output to try to find out what the input message is, right? And this is a critical component of what blockchain is, because they say you cannot change or modify previous transactions, right? Why is this important? Because it limits the opportunity for fraud, for counterfeit, for faking registrations, for falsifying financial records, for falsifying data. This is one of the core components why blockchain makes this possible. Again, because of the financial crisis, centralized control, and people having unlimited control on databases, a CEO has unlimited power to be able to modify financial records, the database records on their systems, and no questions are asked. But with this system, we limit the possibility of fraud and counterfeit money, counterfeit issues from happening on this system. Right? And here's a simple representation of how blockchain works. You have, this is just block number 1, block number 2, and block number 3. And when you look at here, let's say some data here. Let's say, for example, there are some transactions. If I send 5 Bitcoin to my friend Mike in Australia, I'd have the transaction details written here. This is the hash value. So this means that this block has this specific hash output. The second block also has another hash output. And it also links the previous block with this hash output, which means that, again, this is why we say the blockchain is very difficult to hack and intercept, because of the built-in hashing algorithm within the network itself. This is why it's very difficult to be able to go back. I cannot go back and change or modify any transactions here because it's going to give me an error. It will not even allow me to. Right, because of the architecture of the system and because of the hashing algorithm built into the blockchain network, right? So we have to understand what blockchain is not, right? So blockchain is not this magical technology that's going to solve your problems, right? It's not this, it's not going to triple your revenue. It's not going to reduce your OPEX cost or double your customers, right? It's a technology stack, but when it's combined with the right business case, the right use case, you can really provide a value proposition for your end customers. The key to any successful IT project is choosing the right technology for that right use case, for that right project, to be able to really gain the benefits needed from that specific project, the ROI, and your benefits for your customers or for your enterprise. And specifically using blockchain, you have to be able to decide, do I need blockchain for this use case, yes or no? And if so, what kind of a blockchain platform would be most suitable for my business case or for my use case? So let's take a look at how blockchain is solving business problems today. Education sector, healthcare sector, and real estate sector. Some simple problems. In the education sector, you have fake certificates now being issued worldwide from different online companies, which can be purchased for $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 worldwide, and this is creating a big strain on the customers. Let's take a closer look as to how this works. So this report was published by the BBC in 2018, and it was discovered that many online organizations are offering education certificates from major international universities, offering PhDs, offering master's degrees, offering bachelors in different specializations, which you can purchase for $2,500, $3,000 with your name and with the university's seal on the actual certificates. So how can blockchain play a role in limiting this problem or solving this problem? Here's how this works. Blockchain solution currently available and working right now with every, let's say for example in the UAE they're doing this, every certificate issued by a university in the UAE will have a QR code on it. You'll be able to open the app on the mobile app of that university, let's say XYZ University, open the mobile app, scan the QR code, it will link to the database of the UAE, of the XYZ University system. It will confirm to you this certificate is authentic and original and issued by XYZ University. The reason is every output of this specific, let's say a certificate is issued on a blockchain transaction that gets hashed and secured within the system of the XYZ universities, which gives you security, transparency, and trust for the people who are graduating and for people who want to be able to hire them in the future, right? This is also happening in University of Bahrain, and many universities across Europe are starting to adopt this solution as well. Now, in healthcare, this is published by Cointelegraph, one of the biggest problem in healthcare today is you have different segregated data for patient records. You have falsified lab test results, manipulation of patient records, forged prescriptions, where people are forging prescriptions to get access to specific medicine or drugs, right, illegally, right? So how can blockchain play a role into resolving this problem or being able to eliminate this problem from happening? Again, by issuing every single test result, issuing on a blockchain transaction that gets hashed, and then being able to open, let's say, the hospital's mobile app, scanning the QR code of that specific prescription, and it will link to you to that specific database, and it will tell you that this actual prescription is authentic and original and issued by, Johns Hopkins University, Johns Hopkins Hospital, by Dr. So-and-so, right? And this will confirm that it will limit the possibility of fraud or manipulation of fraud records. The same thing for patient records, the same thing for forged prescription, the same thing for falsified lab test results. This solution helps limit the possibilities of this issue, right? And of course, in real estate, when you have different scams, like this happened in Dubai recently, an agent posing was using fake contracts and fake unit documents. And again, a blockchain solution now being implemented by Dubai Land Department, where any person can go and actually access the actual apartment and enter the address of the apartment or the home or the villa, and look at it will confirm to you that this apartment is actually owned by X and so person, or it's actually it's available for sale, or it's already occupied, to avoid this possibility and risk of fraud happening across real estate sectors, right? So the benefits are huge. Reduced cost, immutability, transactions cannot be changed, modified, or deleted, reduction in transaction errors, once a transaction registered with secure hashing in place to reduce the risk of fraud and counterfeit records, right? But do we really need blockchain in this case? I mean, can we solve these problems without blockchain? And the answer is yes. We can solve these problems without blockchain, but the difference is it will cost us a lot more because we have to program all these security features within the actual solution. In blockchain, the security layers, the hashing algorithms are all built into the network itself. So you can simply provide an Ethereum blockchain solution and deploy your solution on it. So very simply, how to start a blockchain project. We cover this in part of the training. Essentially, we have what is called the blockchain analysis document. This gives us clear cut, it's about 11 questions in the document, which we actually go through and we analyze. Do you need blockchain for this use case, yes or no? And if so, we start deciding and thinking what is the most suitable blockchain solution for your project. Whether you want to go for a private blockchain, whether you should go for a public blockchain, whether you would need token or not, right? Whether you're going to use, what are the cost advantages between a private blockchain or a public blockchain? And understanding these points will help enable you to really make the right decision and choosing the right blockchain platform for your project, right? So of course, there are cons to blockchain. Blockchain is not perfect. There are negative sides just like any other technology. Blockchain projects are expensive. They are high capex because blockchain developers are getting some of the highest salaries in the world today. Blockchain is not 100% secure, right? Public blockchain has a risk of 51% hashing attack. Private blockchain versus public blockchain, there are different advantages and disadvantages to each. This is why it's critical for us to be able to make the right decision by choosing the right blockchain platform for that specific use case. Some use cases or projects may be suitable to have a public blockchain. Others can have a private blockchain depending on what your use case is and what your nature of your transactions and volumes are, right? So conclusion, we were able to cover the COVID-19 impact on the world digital economy, how blockchain started, how blockchain solves business problems today, what blockchain is not, the secure hashing algorithm between blockchain and how it works, how it functions, how it is a mathematical operation, which allows us that we cannot reverse or change transactions going forward, and of course, the digital economy report and its impact and how blockchain plays a big role. Basically, I've been doing training for blockchain since 2018, and these are some of the classes which I did back in Bahrain and also in the UAE and very soon in Saudi Arabia. So here are my contact details, and we're now actually planning to launch blockchain courses online for people who are interested to be able to actually blockchain for finance, logistics, supply chain, and real estate sector. This will enable, again, the whole idea is to be able to choose the right blockchain solution for your enterprise and be able to choose the right blockchain platform to suit your business needs and to help improve your value proposition for your end customers. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your efforts. And if we have any questions, we can go ahead and answer them.
So, thanks. Very, very informative, and I'm sure the audience would be, very interested to learn more. One of the questions which has come is, you talked about, medical records and blockchain, how they can be used. Do you see any of the, vaccine trials that's going on for COVID now using blockchain to ensure that the results which we are getting are the actual results and not something which the drug manufacturer would like us to believe?
Great question, and the answer is yes, absolutely. Currently, IBM's Hyperledger blockchain solution is working closely in this area. They want to be able to, the idea is, again, as you said, they want to be able to authenticate the results when they come out by any of those medicine companies to ensure that they were not fast-tracked, they were not impacted by political motives to be able to show us the results, and they were not really forged or changed or modified in any way. So they really want to ensure that there's authenticity to each of those trials, and specifically what was tested when these trials were conducted. So blockchain and the security built into the network can really help provide a security layer to make sure we get what we actually are promised.
Okay. The other question which I have received is, in the last 6 months in the, COVID era, which is the industry where you've seen blockchain being adopted the most, and what has really stopped the adoption in some of the other sectors?
Well, I mean, currently, even from the beginning of the year, financial services is by far the most advanced when it comes to blockchain, just because of the nature of the technology. And it just presents a huge cost advantage when doing transactions, especially when you have a large volume of transactions and we're doing global transactions country to country. So the cost is a big advantage, and that's why remittance market, international remittances, sending money abroad is a big, huge area. A lot of the big financial exchanges, currency exchanges are using now blockchain and testing it, even the Middle East and the US, to be able to send money abroad between different countries because of the cost. So financial services, investment banks are getting close to implementations of live blockchain projects. And the real estate sector as well. There's a company in the UK called Smart Lands, which are doing token share ownership. The reason for real estate is because a lot of the hotel chains have been suffering a lot from the COVID-19 impact worldwide. Now they have all these assets and high costs, but they don't know how to leverage it. So blockchain comes up as a token share. So for example, now you can be able to take, let's say, a hotel in New York and issue a token share of that 20%, 30% token of that equity share of that hotel and put it in a marketplace where any person, you and me, would be able to purchase that 10, 20% stake in that New York hotel on that token share and be able to gain the profits yearly distributed to our accounts. That's a big advantage for real estate, and that's what they're looking for now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Fawaz. Thank you, Fawaz, and thanks for your time. So that brings me to the next speaker, Mr. Sanjay Puri. Sanjay is the chairman and founder of the US-India Political Action Committee, and he's also looking into a lot of investments into the digital economy. So I think, Sanjay, probably I would start off asking that you've heard some of the previous speakers talk about some of the digital innovations, some of the new age companies, sort of dabbling into some of these, how those are becoming mainstream, becoming part of the, mainstream economy, if I might call it. And probably the digital economy is probably going to, become far more relevant than the physical economy in some ways. But, as you look at it as an investor, what are some of your thought processes around, what's happening in this space?
No, first, good morning from Washington. Thank you so much for having me and for the organizers for putting this fantastic. I've been listening intently and learning about some of these new technologies because you have such a tremendous group of speakers. So congratulations for that. So coming to your point, technology for the sake of technology is not what an investor is looking for. What we look for is how is it going to impact a business or a user, or how is it going to have a huge market potential? So generally when we invest, we look at the leadership team, what experience do they have, or what passion do they have, what background do they bring, and what is the size of the market. Some of the things you've talked about is in blockchain, it's in digital transformation, it's in the mobile health apps, and those are all very, very relevant. But when I also start looking at things that need to be done, there's so many opportunities that India has. When you look at the farm to the fork, the digitization, you look at how can you improve the life of people with digitization and getting them better prices for their
produce, etc. A lot of things that technology has done to remove. One of the things technology has done, Arnav, is disintermediation of the middleman. And you look at travel. Historically, you would go to a travel agent. I'm nothing against travel agents, don't get me wrong, but typically right now you generally can still go to a travel app, or you can go directly to an airline app and generally buy your tickets and things of that nature. The same should apply for a farmer or things of that nature. Now with cloud technology, some of those things are really, really valuable. So we have looked at investments and have done tremendous amounts of investments in the transportation sector, because for any country and any economy to be relevant, transportation of people and goods is obviously very, very critical. So we look at that sector, and that applies not just to United States, where we have a large number of deaths. You see what's happening in the autonomous mobile marketplace. Waymo, which is a Google company, has done tremendous work. And so we've done a lot of early stage startup investments in sensors, in mapping, etc. So that's been a big area. Food and wellness has been a huge area, because in this country, alternative meats, proteins have become a huge business. When you look at Beyond Meat, Impossible Burger, etc. And and I would say to you that India is really primed for these things, because we have such historically backgrounds in ingredients and technologies that exist, whether it's cell-based technology and things of that nature. And especially in West Bengal, you have a lot of expertise that exists for doing some of these things. And then I would also look at cyber, Arnav, because the key thing right now is whether it is in offensive or defensive, cyber has become a very, very critical. Whether it's your banking applications, while in the midst of COVID here, Arnav, largest number of hospitals were hacked, and they were done ransomware. And while they were taking care of COVID patients, it's a real shame that they had their system completely hacked, and they had no option but to pay up ransomware to get access to the system while they were taking care. So those are things. So those are the areas that we are looking at, and obviously the things that your panelists have talked about are obviously very, very relevant. So it's an exciting time, and really look forward to seeing how we can collaborate with you, West Bengal, and all these entrepreneurs that you brought on the panel today.
So I think you touched on some really important ones, Sanjay, and I think the farmers' price discovery process is something which is really close to the heart of many people right now in the country. But more importantly, as you talked about the the investment climate and the investment perspective, where more tuned to West Bengal and what you're seeing. You talked about what's the team like, what's the kind of technology they're using, what's the kind of use case they're solving, the applicability of that. Any thoughts around what could be areas where West Bengal should be focused on, or startups in West Bengal could really be looking at? Some words of advice.
See, every country, every region, every company should first look at its strengths. And I'm not a West Bengal expert, but what I see, and when I started my first company, I had a joint venture partner based in Salt Lake. So that's what my experience was. And what I found was, what you have is a tremendous talent pool of people. I mean, that everybody knows West Bengal, so the talent pool is tremendous. So you have to leverage on that. And I think you have a large coastal area. So I would say that's the other thing that also is there. So the talent pool exists, and I think if you can leverage on that, because the Bangalore's, Hyderabad's, and maybe the Gurgaons and the Punes are maxed out. I mean, in terms of the labor, I mean, the cost of wages, as well as access to people. Calcutta, and I think regions around them, are places which can attract. And the key would be to build an ecosystem of companies where there is not just an Infosys saying, okay, we're going to have 5,000 people. I think what's more important is, can you have 50 early stage or growth stage companies that are in there. And for that, the state will have to come in, because what do entrepreneurs need? And that's the biggest challenge I find in India is investment capital. You got to find a way to give money, find money. In the US, it is so easy to raise capital, and I find that it's much, much harder. And especially the past, I've been a member of angel funds in India, etc. Things have dried up. I can see the number of deals that we have done and things of that nature. So I'm just thinking, what is happening to a startup person? But if that doesn't exist, the state needs to set up. I mean, look at what the United States did for this vaccine issue. You know how many tens of billions of dollars they wrote checks to Pfizer's, to the Oxfords and others, just to spur innovation. And it's a record time that you have a vaccine. It's never happened before. In 6 months, you have a vaccine that's 95% efficacy. It takes at least 2-3 years to do it. But the funding was done, guarantees for buying were done. So if the environment doesn't exist, maybe the state kind of at least jumps in. So give some funding to the people, but also make sure the intellectual property of these entrepreneurs is protected. And that's my big worry that I see in the investments that we have done, is they spend a lot of time coming up with some incredible opportunities. Then you see large companies sitting in the back room, taking notes and coming up with the same thing. And I've seen some very large companies do that. And you kill entrepreneurship by doing that. It's really, in this country, obviously in the United States, if you did that, you would have a massive lawsuit on your hands. But so those are some things I would say, at least from my perspective.
Right. And, you know, as you look at this ecosystem, and you very rightly pointed out that it's not about the Infosys, building a 5,000 people center, but how you create an ecosystem which is fueling continuous innovation. And, in a way, what we understand is that, the platform economy and, the ecosystem play is really the play of the future. How do you see that kind of a, ecosystem develop in India? And I'm talking broadly India, because what we've seen is, if you look at the fintech world, there's been a ecosystem which is developed. There's been huge strides which we have made on the digital payment side. If we look at probably edutech, or we probably look at health tech, or we probably look at, agri-tech, yes, we are looking at innovation, but if you look at the ecosystem play, I think the ecosystem play is not yet there. And, in some ways, the ecosystem fuels more small innovation, because they know that I can, flourish in an ecosystem. I can't flourish just by myself, right? So what's your view around some of the others, where you see some of these ecosystems developing next?
So again, I said, I would, a few things. Cyber, I would say, is definitely something that West Bengal should look at, because tap the diaspora. You have an amazing diaspora that exists. I mean, I know some of the brightest people, I'm not trying to say it because I'm talking to you, are people from this the great state of West Bengal that are out there. So I would tap, and some of them, that has already been done. And one thing I can tell you, the people from West Bengal who are outside have a deep love for that state, and they want to find ways to do that. I think the challenge for them a lot of times is, how do I do it? So if you can find a way to tap into them, because they bring their network, they bring their expertise in doing so. So I would say tap the diaspora, look at certain areas of cyber and even defense, because you have a large coastline area. And when I say defense, everything today is about tech and digital economy. Everything is about that today. So, I live in Washington, which is a huge hub for defense. They spend close to $1 trillion in this country on defense. But what I'm saying is, there's so much that needs to happen even in the digital economy. The future wars are cyber wars. They're going to be based on drones. They're going to be based on those kinds of things. And I'm saying is, not trying to sound warmongering, but from a protection standpoint, there is a lot that you can offer from the West Bengal, because you have a workforce that exists, and there is a lot of funds that would be available to do that. Drones are going to be a key part of what happens in the future. In this country already, from a mapping standpoint, from oil discovery standpoint, from even flood relief standpoint, from insurance standpoint, all that has happened, and I think West Bengal can take some kind of a leap towards that. So those would be some of the things I would definitely look at.
One of the questions which has come in from the audience, Sanjay, is, in some of the locations like Bangalore, you have a lot of tech money flying back into the tech startups, right? If you have a non-tech money, being expected to plow back into tech startups, with the kind of evolution of technology and the fast-changing technology that's happening, is it dependable or is it prudent to invest in tech? Because what you might be investing in with less, knowledge of technology might just be, as you said, it can be copied by a bigger company, or it can just become irrelevant in, some time. So I think that's one of the thoughts which many investors would have if they don't have a very good appreciation of, underlying technology.
Well, I would just urge them to look at the top 5 wealthiest people in the world and take a guess which industry they are from. So if you really want to look at where the largest wealth is being created, not just in the United States, even in China. I mean, how long has it been for TikTok to be in existence? What, 5 years, 7 years? I don't know. A company, their US operation is valued at $55 billion. Just the US operation. Just think about that. In 5 to 7 years, name me any other industry that can have that kind of a growth. There is no other industry. I understand you could be in any industry. It's not because I'm in the tech world that I'm saying. But the kind of growth that you can have here with not the only investments that you have to make is in the brain power of the people that you bring, which lies tremendously in West Bengal. And have an innovative idea, but make sure your founders get funded and their intellectual property is protected globally. I would do that. And yes, you're going to have some losses. That's just a fact of investments in tech. There will be some losses, but by golly, the wins that you're going to have are going to make up 10 times more than your losses. If you find one TikTok, one Dropbox, or any of those things that come, and that is the future for your young generation. The young generation is probably not wanting to go back into the farms or into the old manufacturing businesses. We do need those manufacturing businesses, etc. But when you send them out to get educated, the challenge is it's very hard. The genie has been let out. So we have to create the jobs for those young people in Calcutta and other places, etc., who are going to do this and put them to good use. And that's what it's not just a great business value, but it is also a great social value.
So one of the things which, probably follows that kind of question is that, if somebody wants to get into it, what are some of the pitfalls you would probably warn an investor against, based on your experience of being a tech investor for decades?
So as I said, I basically reinvest in the people running the business. The technology is important, but if you have smart people, they will figure it out. If this thing is not working, they'll pivot to something else, So you really find and look at the history and the character of the people that you're investing in, how resilient they are, what is the background, have they done this before, etc. So I think that's number one I would look at. The second is, what is the scope of the market? Is it a fairly large marketplace? Because if the market is small size, it's going to be really hard, because you need something that is going to have a large user base, a large marketplace where you can be 1, 2, or 3. And what are the barriers to entry for others? Is this something, as you said, that some large giant can copy pretty quickly and just come roll through on you? So I would look at those 3 things and then move forward with that. But there are so many opportunities that exist. I mean, look at the platform we are talking on right now. This is a company till a year ago that very few people had heard about. And the word Zoom is now like Google, that I'm going to do Zoom. And look at the valuation and look at the revenues they've posted from last year to this year, 10 times more, just because our world has changed. And it allows me in Washington to talk to you in Calcutta and other places and your other visitors from all over the world. So those are the choices that we have. Those are the opportunities we have.
Right. In terms of, some of the investments that you have probably either advised on or made recently, any which you would probably like to, just talk about. I know that there are, restrictions on what you can share and what you can't, but, anything which you would probably think that the audience might find interesting.
Well, I'll tell you something that's not tech, which is, I think is Calcutta based, and which actually turned out pretty good for me. But I'll also maybe tell you about some of the tech ones too. And because I personally like momos, I invested in a company called Wow Momos, which is, I think, based here in, started at least with some young people in there. And that turned out to be a very good investment because they grew, again, great entrepreneurs who picked a niche in the market and did well. I have done an investment in a few autonomous vehicle companies here in the US. And one of them does LiDAR sensors. LiDARs are basically those cameras that go on top of the vehicles that kind of shoot light sensors to see the distance between the cars. And for autonomous vehicles to succeed, LiDARs are very, very critical. And that has been a tremendous success because, it's not the car, but it's all the pieces, the mapping that goes into it, the sensors and all those things. That has been, I would say, been a great success. The other success I've had has been in, basically it's been in a UAV, a drone company, which does work for the, defense oriented options. And then there has been one in the cyber area. They have a unique technology in terms of what they do. It's been a variety of technologies, except obviously Wow Momo was something I just thought the entrepreneurs were good and it turned out great. But it's been very, very interesting. Obviously, there have been quite a few that didn't work out, even though it checked the boxes of great entrepreneurs, great markets, etc. And sometimes things don't work out because circumstances happen. They couldn't get the second round because money dried up after the, you did the demonetization, etc. So, some of those external things which are beyond entrepreneurs. But it's, it's been I would say, a fairly successful run. And I've learned from each and every exercise, I'll tell you, Arnav, I have learned more and more. And because these people are way smarter than I am, who are way more energy than I am. And I think that's the beauty of this exercise.
Thank you, Sanjay, and great talking to you. And I think I learned a lot talking to you about this. And I would be looking at investments in a very different light, subsequent to our conversation. So thanks a lot for making time. For the audience, we had 4 different perspectives. Starting from how we are looking at human health and well-being and mobile apps to help. Then from there to how we are looking at privacy and security concerns. Then on to blockchain, and then of course the investors' view into the digital economy. Angana, if I can hand it back to you, and before I hand it back, again a round of thanks and applause from my side for all the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Arnav. Thanks to all the speakers. We had great discussions. So we will take a short break and we will join at 8 IST for the health tech session. And we would also like to thank our audience who are online with us, our friends from media, and our sponsors, diamond sponsor MB Software, gold sponsor PwC, silver sponsors Infinity, NextGen, JIS, who's also our chief patron, bronze sponsor CESC, EasyRex, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, Mothers Group, outreach partner Indian American International Chamber of Commerce, and special thanks to Government of West Bengal IT and E Department and Webel. So with this, we are closing this session and we will join back at 8 p.m. IST for the health tech session. Thank you all. See you.
We are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য ট্রিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টেন, মেডিসিন, এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধ ভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পাথরপ্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত অধিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and the expert committees, Under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified.
11th edition of the Bengal Chambers Business IT Conclave. So this session would be chaired by Dr. Alok Roy, who is the past president of the chamber and chairman of Medica Group of Hospitals. He's a doctor turned entrepreneur. And with him, we have as speakers and panelists, Mr. Mukesh Rathi, Chief Digital and Information Officer, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories Limited, Ms. Anita Tripathi, Head of Data Sciences, Safety and Regulatory IQVIA, Dr. Jamie Unwin, Vice President and Head Global Business Intelligence and Analytics, Biocon Biologics, and Mr. Parthopratim Dash Mahapatra, Founder and CEO, EasyRex Health Tech Private Limited. EasyRex is also incubated in the Webble BCC&I Tech Incubation Center. With this, I request Dr. Roy, please take the forward.
Thank you. Namaskar. Thanks, Angana. First of all, I must thank Bengal Chamber for organizing this Business IT Conclave with the Health Tech as one of the important sessions. And we have a very, very good panel of people who are very learned, very well informed. I had a brief session with them just 15 minutes back. I think without wasting our time, we have just 55 minutes with us. Last 15 minutes, we'd like to save it for the question answer, if there are any from the participants who are listening to us. And we would start with our panelist. And as we like to Mr. Mukesh Rathi to come first, talk about pharma tech disruptions in future. He is Chief Digital Information Officer, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories Limited.
Thanks, Bengal Chambers, and hello to all the other panelists. I will use few slides to just let me know once you're able to see my pages.
We can see it very clearly.
Thank you. Yeah, so I work with Dr. Reddy's, and we live our vision every day to improve access to affordable and innovative medicines for patients across the world. And hence, everything we do, and in some form, we do sort of work across the entire pharmaceutical value chain. Everything we do is primarily with the objective of how do we ensure we keep patient centricity as the core of everything we are thinking, everything we are doing. What I will try and do over the next 10 minutes or so is share a few examples of in the value chain when we think about patient at the core, what type of transformation one could think of bringing by applying digital technologies in various processes in the value chain. Yeah. And then happy to take questions, suggestions, comments from other panelists and the audience. This is a brief, sort of very, very summarized view of how a pharmaceutical value chain looks like. One typically looking at unmet needs of patients, one thinks about what products or medicines one wants to develop or work on. That goes into the R&D engine. The R&D engine works on creating that medicine. Typical cycle could be anything from 1 year to 3 years. Once the process is ready, it is sort of filed, and once the regulator approves, it goes into a regular commercial manufacturing process, which is serviced through the supply chain and reaches patients, across the world. I begin with R&D. This is a typical R&D process in pharmaceutical value chain, and technology/digital provides huge opportunities to transform and create breakthrough outcomes in each of the sub-processes, as well as when we look at all of it together into the overall value chain as well. What I'll do is, again, I'll not go through all of this. I'll pick up 2 or 3 examples.
Ms. Rathi, can I interrupt you? Can you please share it on a full screen, please?
Okay. Is that better? Sorry, I'm looking for some data.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. All right. This is better, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so let's sort of, as I said, this is a typical R&D value chain looks like. One begins the active pharmaceutical ingredient, which goes into the development of formulation, goes through clinical process. Eventually, the technology is transferred to the plant. You made an exhibit batch. You use that data to file with the regulator, and once the regulator approves, you validate and launch it in the market for making it available for all the patients. Each one of these sub-processes, there are various opportunities which one can see in terms of doing a many-fold transformative change to the way these processes run today. I mean, let me just pick example of formulation development. What happens typically when a scientist starts working on a formulation, he or she typically begins by doing some research to find out what could be the right ingredients. What would the formulation look like? What excipients, what other coagulants, etc., should come together to make the medicine once, because the API is one from the innovator. And now with the application of digital tools, many of these processes, there is a possibility to do it at a much faster pace, many a times fully automate as well. What these tools also help us do is, typically when a scientist applies his thinking, he is restricted by the experience and by the literature he is able to access in the given period of time. With digital tools, one could actually go and scrape through a lot more literature, and one could actually build a database so that it becomes a lot more comprehensive and a lot more automated to say that what could be the potentially right formulation, which the scientist could think about when he's sort of making that medicine. Let me take another example. When sort of many of these things go to a clinical process, and this is sort of one example of how one could use, and there could be many other tools, how one could use vision APIs, or ability to look at images using various vision-based AI tools to get better outcomes. Typically, what happens is many of the processes nowadays involves deeper study of various images, these various equipments and R&D produces, and traditionally scientists have been used to seeing these images with naked eye, doing markings on those images, say whether it's sort of making sense, does it align with what I want to follow. Now with the use of artificial intelligence, one could actually teach and create many of these algorithms which are able to identify as well as give right recommendation on these images, many a times even better than what manually a scientist would be able to do. Yeah. Another interesting example, also very relevant in the current context post-COVID, and interestingly, we did this before COVID and it was very helpful. So what happens is once a product is developed, it is actually transferred to the plant. This process is called technology transfer. And traditionally, the process has been you write a long big document, and then a scientist travels to the plant and he helps the plant team understand how to run this process. He stays there and takes them through the process until the process is very well understood by the plant. With COVID, a lot of that was not possible, and what we have is now a Google Glass-based recording of the process when the scientist is actually doing it in the lab, and then it becomes available to the plant in the same form. And when the plant team is doing, they use a similar Google Glass so that the operator is getting live feedback from the scientist when he or she is running the process there. This essentially saves tremendous amount of productive time, travel, all of that. At the same time, increase much better outcome, creates much better outcome in terms of ensuring successful transfer, right? So likewise, there are use cases in each part of the product development cycle. When one sort of looks at it together, overall, it has the great capability to do much faster product development and better assurance of outcome. And hence, living to our vision of how do we enable quicker access to medicines for patients across the world. Maybe take another example on manufacturing side. We are currently onto a journey to create all our important and big plants into what we are calling as digital lighthouses. Objective here is we look at all processes again within manufacturing and then think about applying digital and analytics capability to do a manifold improvement into those processes or sub-processes across the plant. Let me take again few examples. Let's take example of production. In pharmaceutical manufacturing, what happens is typically an operator, when he's trying to set up a machine, given the broad parameters in which one is supposed to run it, he spends some time, depending on the type of input material which has come in, to ensure that the parameter is set right. Typically, this process could take anything from half an hour to 1 hour. Many times, there is initial loss of medicine when he's setting it up. Again, using artificial intelligence and using past data, one could actually create algorithm which, looking at what the API specs which are coming into the plant, actually automates and tells exactly the parameter which the operator should set the machine at. Hence, it does two things. Number one, it increases much better quality of outcome. It reduces lost time and lost medicines. It also reduces dependency on that individual and his experience, to be able to set it right. And hence creates a huge shift in the way one, thinks about production. Here, the example I took is bullet 3 onto production, which is called guided machines. Likewise, there are other examples. Maybe I'll pick one more, say from quality. Typically, robotic process automation as a process has been applied in most of the back-end processes where one does financials, accounting, all of that stuff. This is one of the very interesting use cases where we've sort of applied it in quality. Now, in order to ensure that we are, producing and ensuring that the medicines which are going out are of the best quality, there is a high regulatory process which every pharmaceutical manufacturing company follows. There is this whole process of maker and a checker. And then there are a lot of these checkers into quality system who essentially more or less go through everything what the analyst did when he did the quality test and verifies whether he or she did everything as per the SOP or not. Now, this essentially is a standard checklist which they follow, and essentially they match data across various systems and documents, etc. Now, this one automates using robotic process automation, essentially a robot or a bot, and essentially it has access to, essentially it's a chair without anybody sitting in there, right? And the robot has access to all the other systems. It actually runs through the checklist, ensures, does all the verification, and then whenever there is a deviation, that deviation goes to somebody to manually look into it. This creates 2 or 3 key benefits. Number one, it's a big productivity benefit. Second, typically these maker jobs are very boring. They're very repetitive. And bots don't get bored. They work 24/7 with the same amount of efficiency and correctness, and hence it improves quality of output. We do not miss things into this process. And third and most important, we are generating digital data which tells us what are the typical mistakes which are happening, and hence ability to do root cause in the future and ensure we are doing away with them as well. So that's sort of one example. And then of course, multiple similar examples around how do we improve robustness of product, sort of create much better quality. And of course, capability building is another important lever for the operator, the analyst, and the entire plant leadership into this process. Eventually, objective is to sort of that our digital lighthouses help us reduce overall cost, reduce OPEX, create much better quality, and living to our vision of how do we make medicines more affordable to our patients across the world. Maybe a third example, I will take, so the first 2 which I took were more around how do we improve access to medicines or pills by making them faster, by making them more affordable. This one is an example around how we are also thinking about the patient journey beyond the pill or beyond the medicine.
Mr. Mukesh, we can finish it in a minute, please.
Sure. Thanks. Reminder. So here's an example of a digital solution which we created, which helps cancer patients across the, and this is a pilot which we are running in Latin America. From the point of initial diagnosis to the point they complete the whole journey of multiple treatment cycles, side effects, what type of nutrients they need, what side effects they are seeing, all of that is tracked through this platform, which we have created for cancer patients. And this sort of works manifold in terms of has an interface for the caregiver, has an interface for the hospital, such that the platform brings together everything the patient needs to be sort of comfortable into the entire journey. So I'll take a pause here. My objective of sharing these 3 examples was to primarily bring out that digital tech overall has the capability, when thought through and connected to the purpose and the vision, to create manifold 2x, 5x, 10x type of impact, depending on the type of processes or problems one is solving, and eventually create difference to the lives of patients. So that was the long and short of what I wanted to measure, sort of share. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rathi. It was fantastic, really nice. a lot of learning. Haven't got any questions so far. So then with that, we'll move on to Ms. Anita Tripathi, Head of Data Sciences, and she's talking about technologies in clinical research, next opportunities.
Thank you, Dr. Ray. Let me share my screen. Can you all see my screen now? So yes. I will delve a little more into what Mukesh said and delve into how technology is transforming the entire drug development process. I know this is a complex diagram, but what we are saying is from the time you identify a molecule to the time it's marketed, it takes us almost 15 years. And when you identify 10,000 compounds, it goes through the discovery process, then it goes through the preclinical trials, which is animal trials. And when it reaches human trials, the first in human, the phase 2 and phase 3, you basically have 5 compounds out of that 10,000 that goes through the clinical trial. And out of them, only 1 or 2 get approved by FDA and EMA and other global regulatory bodies. And the money that it takes to take a single molecule to the market in the global arena is about 1.9 billion US dollars, and it has increased from 1.4 billion US dollars to 1.9 billion US dollars in the last 4 years. So this is not sustainable. This is absolutely not sustainable. And the clinical trials are becoming more and more complex. We are trying to find solutions for more chronic and degenerative diseases. The easy diseases, as I always say, are all gone. And when you look at the clinical trial, 5% of the patients opt to participate in clinical trials, and 67% of those who opt to participate in clinical trials drop out of clinical trials. So the industry is at an inflection point, and they need to transform, and they are transforming. How are they transforming? Let us look at how clinical trials used to be conducted in the past. We used to recruit an investigator in a hospital who's a physician for a particular therapeutic area. The physician will recruit the patient, and then he'll administer the investigational product. There is episodic data collection, and then whenever there is data collection, we'll get the data and we'll process the data, we'll do the safety reporting, we'll do the clinical endpoints, and so on and so forth. That is slowly changing with a number of devices, sensors coming into the market, and the trials are slowly moving closer and closer to where the patient is. And the physicians have the ability to do real-time continuous monitoring because of these sensors. I know some other speakers will talk about the connected devices space, but you have a continuous glucose monitor, spirometry device, electrocardiogram, everything can be online, and people are wearing a lot of sensors that's generating data. And what is happening in the future, what is going to happen in the future is that the trials will move to the patient's homes. So the intervention, especially the non-interventional trials, will be delivered in the patient's homes, and there will be continuous monitoring of the data, and the care will become a lot virtual, and this will lead to higher patient reduction. And the fact that the physician has the ability and has a 360-degree view to the patient's data, the current data, all the biomarkers, the concomitant medication, the comorbidities, the ability of the physician to respond to any adverse event will be much higher. Thereby, the success rate of clinical trials is going to be much higher. So technology is transforming this world primarily on 3 broad categories. One is the quality of care is becoming more because there is telemedicine, the patient can reach to the physician anytime. Remotely, the patient can be monitored and tracked all the time for all the vitals, for all the biomarkers. And now with the advent of technology, with the wearable, with the Internet of Things, the big data and analytics, we have the ability to integrate data, the clinical data, the lab data, all the scans. Then we have the electronic health records in big countries like US, where you know about every medical condition that the patient has gone through, the CONMED, comorbidities. So your ability to make the therapy more personalized. The physician has more data at his fingertips to be able to isolate and target the disease. And then the care is moving from moving to a value-based care, a more outcome-based care. Primarily because we are able to detect diseases early. If I may step back a little, kidney transplant. It has 6 stages till it reaches to a transplant stage. And when you reach stage 3, after that, the transplant becomes irreversible. But if you can detect, there are biomarkers that are elevated even in stage 1. And if you find what are the biomarkers that are elevated in stage 1 and put them through additional testing, then you can identify those patients that have a potential of having a kidney transplant 6 years down the line. And before they reach that stage 3, you can reverse the process. And I think Mukesh alluded to this a little when he talked about this early detection. And then with the availability of the genetic data, with the electronic health records and all kinds of data sources, the medicine is becoming more personalized and more, it's called the precision medicine. So very soon in the near future, you will probably have very, very targeted therapies for very small patient populations. So the patient is in the midst of all this. If you look at the clinical trials, the patient nowadays, I'm saying the patient is slowly becoming the king. He's very well informed because there are web-based applications talking about all kinds of clinical trials. There are disease-specific apps. There are patient help groups, which he's a part of. He can talk to other people that are undergoing the therapy. He can find out everything about the trial. He can enroll himself, volunteer himself. There is the concept of e-source coming in the Western world, where the patient will have access to all his clinical data. And so the process will be transparent to him. And earlier on, in the good old days, in a clinical trial, it was primarily the physician that was reporting back all the outcomes for the patient. But now patients are more enabled by technology with tools like patient-reported outcomes and clinical objective assessment tools, where there is a voice of the patient or a voice of customer. We talked about the wearables, the medical device, and telemedicine, how that is transforming the care paradigm. And the clinical trials, we have a lot of remote monitoring where we look at each site, we look at each patient and identify the risk profile. We identify the signal of whether this patient is going to have an adverse event or not, so that there is closer scrutiny. And then obviously with the artificial intelligence and machine learning, the outcomes will become better and better and more targeted, and we already doing that. I can give you another example where we're looking at an oncology trial, and about 5 to 10% of the patients fail the first line therapy. And by the time he fails the first line therapy, he's gone through 5-6 cycles of chemo and he's exhausted, and he probably is not in a condition to go to the second line therapy. So using a lot of the genomics data and other data available, you can predict who are the potential population that can fail the first line therapy and directly put them on the second line therapy. So this is truly transformative, and the market is very, very huge, and it's predicted to grow at 20% CAGR. So in our industry, it's very highly regulated. Every day when we wake up in the morning, we think about what FDA is going to say and how MHRA is going to react to our drugs, and what is DCGI saying in India. But I think these agencies have opened up and adopted to these technologies very fast. FDA has published recommendations and social media guidelines. FDA has published guidelines on patient-reported outcomes. A lot of the big pharma, local pharmas are launching virtual trials. We are working on a number of them. They are very open to creating social media-based strategies to engage with target patients, to have better patient engagement and have better patient retention during the trials. So the industry is adopting quickly, changing quickly. So where is India in all this, right? What is the impact on the India skill market, and where are the next opportunities for all of us? In the last 5-7 years, there is increased offshoring to India across the value chain of the clinical drug development. There is a quick expansion in the number of contract research organizations like ours, and pharmas are setting up their own captive centers in India for clinical development, and the headcount numbers are growing exponentially. If you look at India for the last 20-30 years, there has been a complete expansion of engineers, right? Last 20 years, I think everybody has studied computer science, and there's a lot of need for, there has been a huge need for tech specialists, but there is increased need for B Pharms, M Pharms, MBBS, MDs, PhDs in clinical biostatistics, masters in stats, masters in public health, because we need people who understand the domain, who understand clinical endpoints, who can do the safety and efficacy analysis. So all that need is increasing. And we see increased leverage of technology skills that India is very, very well equipped to handle, to bring in efficiency, automation into the development process. We need study programmers, we need statistical programmers, we need AML skills for predictive analytics. We need people who can integrate data from structured and unstructured sources to create the big data and cloud-based services. And obviously the wearable market, the sensor market is exploding. So with this, I will end my presentation.
Thank you, Anita. Thank you, Dr. Anita. I think we will now move on to Dr. Jamie Unwin. He's a Vice President and Head Global Business Intelligence and Analytics, Biocon Biologics. He's talking about strategies for patient-centric innovations in the biosimilar industry. At the same time, I will urge listeners and participants to kindly keep their questions ready, and please pass it on to us.
Thank you, Dr. Roy. Anita, if you could kindly stop sharing your screen.
Dr. Jamie.
Super. Can you hear me okay, Dr. Roy?
Yes, we do, Jamie.
Super. Just one moment.
We can hear you. You have 10 minutes.
You can see my slides?
Yes.
Great. So everybody, thank you so much, Dr. Roy, and thank you for the Chamber for the invitation to speak with you today, and greetings from a very cold and wintry London. I'm going to talk to you today about digital enablement of patient centricity, and I actually think it's really appropriate that I'm speaking to you from the UK today, because a decade ago, the National Health Service in the UK authored a strategy document. And in that strategy document, they firmly positioned patients as being the central tenet of everything that the NHS did. And they coined a term that the NHS should make no decisions about patients without them. Nothing about me without me. And I personally can't think of a better North Star to guide pharmaceutical innovation as those words that the NHS use now. I think they're actually more relevant now than they were a decade ago. So I'm going to talk to you about biosimilars, and I'm going to talk to you about digital therapeutics. So let me start with biosimilars. And I think we heard a lot earlier about the development process for innovative pharmaceuticals, and thank you for that, Anita. Biosimilars are a little bit different. They're often confused with generic medicines. They both arrive on the scene at the end of a patent life for a branded molecule, but biosimilars are really different. They're biological products. They are incredibly difficult to manufacture. These are huge molecules rather than small chemicals. They have to be, by their very nature, almost identical, if not, well, they're not identical, but they're very similar to an originator molecule in terms of the purity, the molecular structure, and the bioactivity. And there has to be, as part of the regulatory pathway, no meaningful difference of the biosimilar versus the reference product itself. So opportunities for biosimilar manufacturers to innovate are actually few and far between. So innovators, innovative biopharmaceutical, innovative biosimilar companies innovate around the molecular structure and offer services, solutions, opportunities beyond the medicine itself. So I just wanted to spend a few minutes just describing what opportunities like that look like, and then we'll get into the data and tech a little bit later. And I've just very simply here plotted a scale of innovation versus value perception here. And innovation, as I've said, happens around the molecule. We can't develop a better molecule. It has to be the same molecule and better. So aspects such as dropping the price, okay, so developing a higher, tighter fermentation, increasing the stabilization of a molecule so that the supply chain is simplified, increasing the strength so a patient actually has to administer less medicine, improving the device so it's a less painful needle, increasing the amount of clinical data so doctors can make more informed prescribing decisions, etc., moving all the way up to services and solutions which increase or are increased patient-centric solutions. So services being those things that help our patients have a better relationship with the medicines themselves. So it's easy to plot value perception, right? But value perception is a metric which is incredibly personal. And the perceived value for a hospital administrator is different to the perceived value to a healthcare practitioner, and is certainly different to the perceived value of a patient. So what we need to do, rather than actually looking at individual stakeholder journeys and value to individual stakeholders, is to think about the ecosystem as a whole and how that interplays. I think this is a great example, right? These are data from the US. And in the US, the healthcare systems are breaking, even more so post-COVID, right, or peri-COVID, should I ask. What we see, what we would assume is that by simply dropping price, one can really offer great value back to a system and all members of that system. But I changed the names here to protect the innocent, but these are real data from in-market performance of 4 biosimilar molecules in supportive care and in oncology. And when we compare the comparative price levels versus the originator, we actually see that dropping the price does not actually grow your share of volume within the market. So there are multiple factors at play. Simply dropping the price is not enough in terms of delivering innovation back to our systems. So what is it and how do we actually identify it? What we can't do is look at individual stakeholders, right? We can't just follow the patient through. We can't follow the payer through. We can't follow the prescriber through. We need to follow the entire ecosystem through. And ecosystem innovation is the most sticky innovation because it solves the needs of multiple stakeholders. So what we do within Biocon Biologics is we sort of rip up the stakeholder map playbook and we look at the world in terms of ecosystems. And this is just a nice graphical representation here of how a type 2 diabetic interacts with their ecosystem. And it's a mix of people, it's a mix of places, it's a mix of tool, and it's a mix of the Internet of Things. So, and when we're mapping the ecosystem around a patient, we always put the patient at the center, of course. We try and understand how interactions are happening with their healthcare practitioners. We're trying to understand what the burden is in terms of their journey towards the places where they present to have their therapy managed or their treatment managed. Increasingly as well, we look at the community in which they find themselves in terms of patient support groups, online forums, and how they talk to their family and friends. But I think also from a data generation point of view and an insight possibility point of view, the real opportunities here from a technology stance are around the devices and the channels in which the patient investigates his or her condition, and also the systems through which they communicate. Anita, in the previous presentation, there really nicely described the Internet of Things. Diabetes is a wonderful example where the Internet of Things is growing and mature and will continue to snowball in terms of value it adds to patients. So patients on a day-to-day basis communicate either passively or digitally through their electronic health records, through online pharmacy systems, through their online blood glucose monitors, their BGMs, through all information around that channel. So really great opportunities to capture information and understand and position value that is that reflects opportunities to everybody within this matrix and not just one or two stakeholders. So just switching gear now on my last couple of slides, we're trying to identify innovation that is of value to all stakeholders within the ecosystem. I want to talk to you, I'd really like to introduce you to an increasingly mature concept, not a concept anymore, there are regulated products on the market now, which is digital therapeutics, or DTX. DTX, digital therapeutics, are part of the bigger digital health ecosystem, but they're significantly more advanced than that. When we think about digital health, you might think about your Apple Watch, which counts your steps and counts your heartbeat. You might think about digital medicine, which is how you have a conversation, a teleconsult with your physician by, as we are now, just speaking online to them. Digital therapeutics are something different. They actually offer evidence-based therapy. So they are offering clinically effective solutions, sometimes with, sometimes in the place of medications. They generate clinical evidence and are regulated because they have clinical evidence, and they require deep, meaningful regulatory approval, typically through FDA, EMA type processes. So these are moving forward, and these have the opportunity to add value back to all stakeholders within the ecosystem. And just to share three examples here. So digital therapeutics are of three types. They can either stand alone, so they can flip they can obviate the use for a medication, and Pear Therapeutics have a regulated product now by which you can engage through your smartphone, through digital advice, to self-administer your own treatment with regards to substance misuse or with regards to insomnia. In terms of complementing therapies as well, Omada Health have a very mature offering as well, which is aimed to manage proactively your relationship with type 2 diabetes and also with hypertension and other associated chronic diseases as well. But as a biosimilar manufacturer trying to seek innovation, we get excited by opportunities such as the ones which Volantis are bringing forward. So Volantis bring the opportunity to augment a current medication. What Volantis bring forward is a titration support application. So what essentially happens is that when a patient presents to receive their insulin, conceptually they would also receive the digital therapeutic. They would then go home, and on a day-to-day basis, as they try and manage their blood glucose level, they would be given automated, algorithm-driven recommendations for the amount of insulin that they should give. And this adds value to all different nodes within the ecosystem. There are better outcomes. Our healthcare practitioners meet their goals. There's reduced drug wastage. Our patients have a better relationship with their medication. The burden on the healthcare system to have a conversation with the patient is reduced. So the need for teleconsults or actually traveling to the hospital is reduced as well. So this is a truly system-centric innovation rather than actually being a simply patient-centric one. And that's my final slide. I think the messages that I would give you is that we're making significant advances within the industry, and particularly within the biosimilar industry, to try and identify opportunities to innovate around the molecule itself. Digital therapeutics really does offer an opportunity there. And I think by offering value across all of the ecosystem, we're really starting to offer value in light of the words that the NHS made, and that we're bringing forward innovation that that is truly innovative in the eyes of patients, and we're not actually making decisions without them, we're making them about them. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Jamil. That was really very, very useful. For second time, to Mr. Partho Pratim Das Mahapatra. He's the founder and CEO, Easy RX Health Technology Private Limited, startup story in non-invasive diagnosis. Mr. Partho.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Roy and Bengal Chamber of Commerce for the opportunity. So today I am focusing on the non-invasive diagnostic device, which is basically useful for the early detection. And today we are focusing on the early detection and patient-centric approach towards the industry. So I'm basically focusing on the problem statement today is due to the delayed detection of anemia, liver and the lungs problem, resulting loss of more than lakhs lives in every year. And especially in India, 2 out of 3 women in our country are anemic, and every year around 1 million people are getting liver problems nowadays. As well as 23% of the death in our country are related to the oxygen saturation. So we developed a device. The device name is EasyCheck, is a non-invasive portable device which can measure temperature, detect anemia, predict liver and lungs problem within less than 5 seconds and without taking a single drop of blood from the human body. So it's a pretty simple device having a spectroscopic technique in it, and through the Bluetooth it can connect to the Android mobile app. So it will collect the patient details, then it will guide patient to place his left hand ring finger into the device, and in less than 5 seconds it will capture the data and it will show you the value of hemoglobin, bilirubin, oxygen saturation and the temperature within less than 5 seconds. And this report can be transferred to a city-based hospital from a rural village within fraction of second. So we completed our trial, multi-centric clinical trial, and we got a good accuracy around 95 to 96%. And this device also patented. The main USP of the product is it's a non-invasive, it's affordable, it's accessible, it will give you instant result, it's IoT enabled, and is easy to operate. Till 28th October, we completed our test around 28,000, where we identified anemic people, liver and the lungs problem. And mostly the major social impact we created is we saved more than 55 liter blood and we saved more than 2,000 man days. We went through different kind of persona, where one is the hospital, where we identified 72% of the patient regularly coming to the doctors to showcase their report and get their treatment plan done. As well as we identified some doctors and we get the insight like around 80% of the people coming repeated to the doctors to get their treatment plan done. So identified this problem from these two persona. We also realized there's a very big market size for this hemoglobin, bilirubin and oxygen saturation market. We are basically focusing on 3 broad customer base. One is the private hospital and the clinics. Second is government hospital and the schemes. And third is the CSR and the NGO partner. We are selling this device in 2 modes. One is we are selling it as a cost of 45,000 rupees. It's one model. Another model is we are selling in a per test basis. Per test we are charging only 10 rupees. We received many awards and the recognition in our two years of journey. We received award from Tata Social Enterprise Challenge. We received gold award from Infosys Foundation, and many state government and the central government are funded us various grants, and mostly Indian Oil is supported us in a very big way. So recently this device is deployed 25 different places in our country, including the government project and the private hospitals. Also, we started deploying our oral cancer detection device in Odisha, and we are started screening in 3 major districts in Odisha. One is Puri, second one is Ganjam, and third one is the Khurda. These 3 districts we have started screening for mostly the deprived communities, and our target is to sell around 5,000 screening device across the country by the next year. Future target is using the same platform. We started working for detecting the creatinine and the diabetes, and slowly we'll adopt other parameters in coming days. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Partha. Thanks for the presentation. I think we had a very nice presentation from all the panelists, and I don't know about others, but for me it was a good learning experience. And a lot of things which I learned as a physician, which I would have not come across, and I was very, very pleasantly surprised to see that so many things are happening. Before we ask questions from participants, may I ask panelists to, if anybody would like to comment anything at this point of time?
Actually, I have a sort of comment for Partha. I mean, if we have time.
We have.
Yeah. So, Partha, first of all, amazing innovation. Would you sort of talk about a minute more around the technology, this non-invasive technology, and use some spectroscopy? If you could sort of just explain that a little bit more.
Yeah, thank you, Mukesh. So basically, we have a absorption-based spectroscopy in it. So the light will come to this is the device. This is pretty simple device. So what it does is the light is come here. So if I place my finger here, so the light will go to the penetration depth of a certain range, and then we can also calculate the depth of the light penetration through the IR light. And then we receive the signal, and then we transfer the signal from the device to our server, and we have a neural network to predict the value of hemoglobin, bilirubin, and the oxygen saturation here.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, Mukesh.
Okay, so I don't see any more questions coming from participants, and we still have a few minutes in our hand. I would like to, first of all, Mr. Ati, it was really, your digital lighthouse was fantastic, phenomenal. And how does it reduce conversion, OPEX cost, and how does it assure quality? And that the thing which you mentioned, that robots don't get tired and they don't need a break, was really very encouraging. And that what you said about technology transfer, about digital copying, in which a lab passes on the processes which they have followed. On this point, and if Dr. Anita would like to comment on, as Mr. Ati said, that the process which has been followed in the lab is given to them digitally to the shop, to the manufacturing floor. Does similar thing happen in your area of action also? Dr. Anita?
Can you hear me? So during the clinical trials, we have to send the investigational product to the physicians who will do the intervention, right? So there is a very controlled manufacturing process. So after the animal trials, the manufacturing process blueprint is decided, the formulation is decided, and there is controlled manufacturing of the investigational product through the clinical trial. And after we go through various phases of the clinical trial, the first in human, the phase 2 and the phase 3, obviously in each phase of the clinical trial, you have different clinical endpoints that you identify and measure. And at the end of the human clinical trial, it goes for marketing approval to the regulatory bodies. It's called NDA. After that happens, after you get the marketing approval, you again send across your formulation and your blueprint to the manufacturing. And the manufacturing team has a what we call a good manufacturing practices that FDA follows, and they have a very stringent guideline of manufacturing drugs. And there are requirements around storage and all kinds of things.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, it was really very, very difficult to even assimilate that you have to spend $1.9 billion to take a drug to the market. And from 5,000, 10,000 to one drug in 10 to 15 years is very, very tough uphill task. It was I think, something which I never knew. So I'm sure everybody else is also appreciating of it. I would like, my next question would be to Mr. Dr. Jamie Unwen, where Mr. Rathi did mention about artificial intelligence tool using images for impact of drugs. And you are in biosimilars, as you said, that you have to create something which is more effective. The price is not a selling point. Selling point is similarity, effectiveness, its action and all those. So how much role artificial intelligence plays in your biosimilar innovation and in that journey?
Yeah, huge. Thank you, Dr. Roy. Thank you for the question. It's interesting to reflect it in light of what Mukesh described there. Just for clarification, price is important, but it's not the only thing, is my argument here. How does AI, machine learning, data science more generally, what's the application to that within the biosimilars space? I'd say everywhere and deep. Okay, so we're systematically look at all of our processes in terms of process optimization, trying to understand that interface between Lean and Six Sigma and data sciences, how we can lean out a lot of our processes, how we can overlay robotic processes to simplify some of the more handle turning type activities. So a lot of work that's done there in terms of operational excellence. But I think I, particularly as an insights professional, get excited about how we use artificial intelligence, how we use machine learning, how we use, again, more general data science techniques to synthesize insights from noise. So my stance in terms of competitiveness from an insight generation point of view is we as a biosimilar manufacturer will best position our medicines if we can make best sense of the terabytes of noise that present into the system every second. So that's what I try and encourage my teams to do, is to take all of the noise that come from devices, that come from wearables, that come from glucose monitors, that come from social media, so that we can overlay data sciences tools and generate new insights there. So yeah, the very techniques that Mukesh described there in terms of streamlining the way that we bring medicines to market are also perhaps just as relevant within the biosimilar space.
Dr. Jamie, what caught my attention, which was a little very, very surprised, where you said digital therapeutics. You mentioned about in that disease avoidance in employees. That was phenomenal. How does it work?
So it's about proactive management, right? So managing your descent from a pre-diabetic into a diabetic space, right? So insulin and medication is not the only route. There's a huge growing body of information at the minute now where pre-diabetic states can be arrested, and digital methodologies are being used to try and manage that as well. It's truly groundbreaking stuff. we as an organization, we have the aspiration, we have a strategic strapline within Biocom Biologics, which is to transform healthcare, transform lives. So we get really excited about opportunities like that and the use of digital methodologies to really change the way that patients have relationships with their medication and also with their disease.
Thank you. Mr. Partho, how far you are away from the marketing your product, and what are the acceptance in the market?
So recently we sell some units to some government project in Odisha and also deployed 12 device to KIMS hospital and some last mile service provider in Puri. So now the accuracy is better compared to the last version of the device, and we are also trying to collect more data from various hospitals across the country for the betterment of the accuracy and the sensitivity.
Thank you. I think Dr. Partho, thank you very much. I think we are reaching to the end of our webinar, but I would not be fair if I do not point out the lucidity with which all the speakers have presented. And it was very eye-opener for at least me, and I'm sure for the other participants, what Dr. Anita said about the moving of clinical trials from where the patient was it was a hospital based is the voice of patient. The word she used was voice of patient, and is informed, he's kept involved, and the way it is evolving, the way artificial intelligence is coming in, and the story of biosimilars, very encouraging. And also that Dr. Anita, your last point, you said that you need a lot of statisticians and a lot of other people in the journey of clinical discovery, which India need to produce. I'm sure somebody is noticing it, and somebody would work on that. With this, I like to thank you all the panelists, for participating in this IT conclave where we all got together. With this, I pass it on over to Angana.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to Mr. Mukesh Rathi, Ms. Anita Tripathi, Dr. Jemi Anwin, and Mr. Pathrapratim Das Mahapatra, and of course to our very own Dr. Alok Roy. We couldn't have done this this year's edition with the theme Technology for Humans without health tech as our session. So thank you all. Thank you to all our participants online and friends from media. Thanks to our sponsors, Diamond sponsor MB Software, Gold sponsor PwC, Silver sponsor Infinity NextGen and JIS, who's our chief patron too. Bronze sponsor CESC, EasyRex, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories and Mazars. Outreach partner Indian American International Chamber of Commerce, for whom we are having participants from US as well in this session, and to our special thanks to Government of West Bengal IT and E Department. So with this, we are concluding the session on health tech, and we will move on to the next session, that is technologies for power to make it more abundant, efficient and eco-friendly, being in sync with SDG Social Development Goal 7. So the audience who are with us in the webcast and YouTube, you stay tuned. For the FB audience, we are reliving. We'll take a couple of minutes. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Good night.
Thank you.
everybody to the concluding session of the 11th edition of the Bengal Chambers Business IT Conclave. So this session is Technologies for Power to make it more abundant, efficient and eco-friendly. And this session would be moderated by Mr. Gautam Ray, who is the Vice President of the Chamber and also chairs the Energy and Environment Committee. Mr. Ray is also the Executive Director of CESC Limited. Here we have with us as speakers Mr. Robert Baldwin, PwC US Energy Utilities and Mining Leader, and Mr. Nobil Ansari, Director and Industry Value Advisor, SAP India Private Limited. With this, I request Mr. Gautam Ray to please take the session forward.
Good morning to Robert and good evening to all the participants who are from India. This is the last session. All of you are waiting. Technologies for power to make it more abundant, efficient, and eco-friendly. In fact, that is the call of the day. It dates back to 1800, when really the scientist Volta invented electric energy. Since then, there have been milestones like Michael Faraday in 1831 devised the machine-generated electricity. And subsequently, 1878, the Thomas Alva Edison, who actually seen the light of commercial viability of electricity. In fact, I represent a company, Calcutta Electric Supply, erstwhile now CSC, which also dates back to 1899. And City of London and City of USA, New York was electrified, and 10 years after the City of Calcutta was electrified. But it has gone through why I have said that for the last, years together, it has gone to phenomenal changes, qualitative changes, and all taking help of the technology. Be it in the generation, the load center generation, then the peathead generation, the process of generation has changed. It has gone to the size, bigger in size, then the technology, supercritical. Now all these FGD, environment control issues, these are coming. If we talk about the transmission, we all know about that, in fact, 1200 kV transmissions, 500 kV DC, FACTS, flexible AC transmission. So, whole issue of the grid, suppose India as a country is now operating as a grid, which is, fourth or fifth largest in the world. And to manage the grid, to bring the grid stability, to make it really, synchronized all across. These are the challenges, but one after another, the technology solutions are giving a response to this. But recent trend, if you notice, that it is more of a focus on the last mile. It is more of a focus on the customer interface. It is more on a focus of the decentralized pattern. Decentralized generation, decentralized service, and ultimately we are aiming to reach each and every household. How to really optimize the demand. And we are speaking with the meters. We are talking about the smart applications, smart grid, smart technologies. These are nothing, in parallel to bringing the energy efficiency. Efficiency is, of course, the talk of the day. It also speaks about sustainability. It also speaks about the green technology. It's also speak about that with the resource crunch what we are facing, with the lot of pollution what we are observing day by day, how to make it more clean and clean. So keeping line with what is being talked in COP21, what is being talked for the sustainability development initiatives and programs, this has to match the technology and the process, and also the policy framework all together has to match to reach the destination where we are aiming at. We have today two very, I would say, the leader of the technologies, and which is really, relevant to this field, Mr. Robert Baldwin, PwC US Energy Utilities and Mining Leader, and Mr. Nobil Ansari, the Director and Industry Value Advisor, SAP India. Robert, it's in fact beginning of the day for you, so I should start with you. I would now request Robert to speak.
Great. Thank you, and thank y'all for allowing me to present to the audience today. You know, so when I think of energy and the energy transition, and really the energy markets, and I'll focus a bit as I lead that sector for the U.S. firm of PwC. It's a interesting time in transition, and technology is playing a critical role through the process. When we look out at companies that are trying to balance purpose with profitability, and how do we do this? How do we start to go from integrated oil companies to integrated energy companies? It is going to be a piece of looking at bringing efficient energy to all the end customers. How do we look at our human capital strategies? How do we look at our big data digital strategies? And then how do we start to incorporate artificial intelligence into our process and procedures? Any one of these things would be a sea change for an industry. To try to tackle all of these things at a moment in time is an overwhelming opportunity if the companies get it right. And I think what we're starting to see across the board with the major energy companies is to delve off into research and development to help lead the way, energy efficiency, to help to reestablish the grid, and how do we play with green energy more. You know, I find it interesting as I was reading an article earlier this week. In the U.S., one of the largest oil fields is here in Texas, where I am. So I'm in Dallas, Texas, and one of those is out in West Texas called the Permian Basin. And what we also have in the Permian, which just came online, is one of the largest solar fields in the U.S. And I think you're starting, 15 years ago, you would have said that would never happen. And now you're starting to see this consolidation of minds of how do we become an integrated energy community? How is technology, playing a role, and how are we going through to make life more efficient? I think we're starting on the human capital side. We're seeing probably one of the first disruptions of the white collar worker. And how do we automate back offices? How do we move to a low-cost operating model? That's coming from maintenance. We're using AI and sensors to look into identifying when we should be doing predictive maintenance of our facilities. We're using 3D printing to create tools, whereas we used to have to have all the tools on the offshore sites. We're starting to use drones where we used to use airplanes. And so when you think of this industry and where it's starting to move, it's looking for a very diverse set of assets, a diverse set of sources to create energy efficiency. I think we're starting to see earlier this week, I met with a number of CEOs and presidents of midstream companies, and they announced, their new reporting standards around ESG. Again, another step in a direction of an industry that's, balancing the purpose and profitability to try to figure out the right way forward, not only for the company, but for the host countries and the globe. I think it's a big challenge. I think it's a monumental challenge as we consider, kind of all of these things taking on at one time. As I think of where does it go from here in energy efficiency, I think that we're going to continue to see, I would say, fossil fuels play a major role out through 2050. I think this, when we look at energy We think of wind, and we're starting to look at offshore wind facilities. We have on land wind facilities. I think we're going to continue to see development of solar facilities. And you're going to see the power supply start to, the uptick in power supply that is coming online. You're going to see renewables take more of that upswing over the next 15 years, and technology is going to drive that. I think you're going to maintain, a level of fossil fuels to create that diversified demand and fill that demand. But I think it's probably one of the most exciting times, in 50 years as we think about technology and business all coming together. So, that's kind of the point of view from where I sit is AI, old school R&D, business processes, being smarter about where we extract fossil fuels, being smarter about where we place renewable bets, moving away from sole source solutions. And it's also going to create, I would say, a localization, and I think technology is going to drive this versus a globalization of energy sources where you're going to have more self-sufficient power that people can buy to power their homes, whether via solar panels and or their own windmills that they're able to buy and take some load off of the grid. So again, I think over the next 5 to 10 years, technology is going to play a massive role, and it's how do we get the right balance and make the right bets to drive the best answers to maintain a low cost, affordable energy structure. So I'll pause there and pass to my co-presenter and we'll take thoughts or questions.
Maybe I'll build on to what Robert you mentioned, and I wanted to also share a couple of slides where we can see how the energy transition is getting aided by what we see technology's role in the entire industry. And I think what is important is that this is one sector that I've seen which is under change, and Robert was alluding to that, the whole transition from fossil fuels to more renewable sources of energy, the whole focus from more sustainable development, and that's the most important point for companies to look at technologies and how technology can help them drive this transition. And we all know that the role technology is playing is really very powerful. And these are some of the numbers that just goes on to prove that how much technology will impact our daily lives. We all understand the power of AI, the way it will going to automate the human task, the whole power of connectivity, which basically will make it possible to connect each and every asset, equipment, items, things which are there in the world, and then the whole focus on Internet of Things and the fact that lots and lots of electric companies and power companies are going to invest significantly in digital technologies. And this is where it starts to lead into what is going to be the change that we can expect in the industry in the next 15 to 20 years. The first and the foremost is that the focus on the renewables, the whole concept of decarbonization, which is moving away from conventional sources to decentralized, distributed generation. It could be large solar farms, it could be rooftop solars, it could be wind farms, and the whole shift happening from the polluting sources like coal to gas, water, wind, solar. And the second thing is with this come the challenges in terms of managing the grid stability, and that's where the focus will be on distributed energy resources, the storage capacities, the battery, which is going to be a key factor in terms of making this whole transition more effective. And lastly, we are also seeing this is an industry, and it has happened in some parts of the world. But if I take an example of India as a geography, then we'll see that in India we still do not see the efficiency in terms of the customer side, in terms of the responsiveness, and this is another area where technology can significantly impact the industry. And what we see for power companies, I think the priorities in the future would be how do you manage the distributed decentralized generation? How do you really ensure that your energy resources, your operations which are going to be distributed, how do you ensure that they are operated more effectively? And the second thing is the whole smart grid concept and the smart metering at the end of the customer, and the grid which is going to be smart in terms of self-healing, in terms of finding out the fault is and shifting based on the intelligence that will be built using artificial intelligence. The third area would be the balancing of the demand and supply, and we all understand that it was an industry which was more one directional, generation, transmission and distribution, but now we are seeing a bi-directional flow where a consumer is also can set up a solar panel and start generating. So lots of challenges in terms of balancing the demand and supply. And finally, from a customer point of view, I think the way we see this industry will evolve from a technology focus point of view will be the customer is going to be at the center, and there will be lots and lots of focus in terms of making that we bring more efficiencies, empower the customer so that customer can look at their consumption, customer can benchmark their consumptions. There could be programs in terms of reducing the consumptions through demand side management initiatives. So these are some of the trends in which the way industry is going to shape up and the technology's role. It is also important to look at, I think, the context of India, what's the big change that's happening. And I think that one of the fundamental change that we are seeing in India is the whole focus on renewable energy. There are some stiff targets that government has, and they're focusing on renewable energy, both from large scale solar farms. India is definitely one geography which receives a good amount of solar energy. So there's a huge focus on developing large scale solar farms, and also the decentralized rooftop solars, which are coming up into the picture. The second area which will also fundamentally transform the industry in Indian context, and I think it's happening again rest of the world also, is the whole shift of transportation fuel to electricity. So oil and gas companies have traditionally been selling their diesel, petrol to the transportation industry, and now we are seeing a big shift, and this is a shift that's happening all across the geography. India also has ambitious plan so that we move to electric vehicle program. This again adds a complexity in terms of supplying to the electricity, setting up the electric vehicle infrastructure, and again it's really an area where efficiencies can be drawn through use of technology. Smart metering is something which you all know. It's one of the most efficient way of really looking into the way energy is distributed to the customer. And India has again an ambitious plan. We are looking at rolling out almost 250 million smart meters. And once these smart meters are rolled out, customers will have complete control on their consumption. They will have a detailed understanding of their consumption. And this will also bring a lot of efficiency in Indian context, especially where the losses are significantly higher. And that's also leads to the last point, which is consumers becoming more and more empowered. So if you look at the topic of the discussion, and we talked about affordability, reliability, and sustainability. If you look at some of the technology initiatives which basically bring these elements to the fore, from an affordability point of view, and this is the Sustainability Development Goal 7, where it talks about affordability, it talks about reliability, it talks about sustainability of energy for the future. One of the key initiatives we believe could be relevant for affordability is the whole efficiency in the distribution side. I think this is one area where significant efficiencies can be brought in. Transmissions and generations are still efficient, but when it comes to last mile delivery to end customer, this is where efficiencies can be brought in by leveraging technology, whether it is about understanding of how the losses are, which is through energy accounting, or it's also about the performance of the distribution system. Smart metering is going to be one big initiative from a technology point of view that will significantly cut down losses, especially in the context of India, where we still see the total losses that happens in the distribution side in the range of 20% plus. So these are some of the technology-led initiatives which will eventually make energy more affordable. The more efficient we are in distributing, the more efficient we are in terms of managing our losses. The cost of distribution of energy will come down, and it will become more and more affordable to the larger population. From a reliability point of view of the distribution, I think the focus that's there in India and also elsewhere is in terms of managing the distribution assets more effectively. And we all know that today, with the advent of and commercialization of IoT, you can monitor your assets. You can monitor them remotely. You can understand whether the asset, let's say in this case, a transformer is performing well, what is the loading pattern of the transformer, what is the health of the transformer. So we can be more reliable in the supply of the electricity. And there could be lots of technologies. It's not only about IoT for remote monitoring. As we progress in this area, use of artificial intelligence, use of machine learning will actually empower companies to get more insights into their distribution assets and be more reliable when it comes to distributing electricity to the consumer. In terms of sustainability, we all know the focus on renewable energy. And if we look at renewable energy and we look at the conventional energy, I think one of the biggest challenge has always been how you maintain the variability when the percentage of renewable in a distribution goes, let's say, more than 10% or 15%. You need to maintain the variability, whether it is wind related renewable or a solar renewable. The variability that comes in adds to the complexity, and this is where technology-led tools which can help forecast more effectively based on the historical data, based on the patterns of the renewable generation, they can actually bring more and more consistency, more and more sustainability in the supply of the electricity. And this is where I think the technology like storage and battery will also come into picture to maintain the parity in the grid. And we all know that at some point of time, we will also start to have more and more smart grids, which means there'll be self-healing capability, use of artificial intelligence, which can actually know when the grid, where the grid is not performing well, and actually can shift load based on the intelligence that will be built over a period of time. So these are some of the technology tools which will actually aid in this transition. And I think Robert rightly mentioned that we no longer look at oil and electricity as two different industries. It's all about energy now. So whether it is an oil company which is trying to provide energy for transportation or energy for home heating, or it's an electricity company which is supplying electricity for the purpose of end customers' need. So it's energy transition will be aided immensely if you look at these pillars of technology enablement. And I think this is how we can potentially look in the future, how technology can further drive affordability, reliability, and the sustainability. So with this,
I'll just add.
Thank you, Naveel. Sorry, Robert, please.
Well, no, I was just going to agree with everything. I thought that was fantastic, and I think that the AI that's going to allow us to balance between the multiple sources on the smart grid and or now the end consumer becoming a producer of energy is going to be an unbelievable dynamic that starts to play a pivotal role in the affordability and sustainability of the grid, as well as the transition. Used to you had a global source, and that's where all the power came from. Now it's going to filter in from potentially every rooftop in the future. And then if you have renewable energy, how do you have the storage to solve when you have to flip over to fossil fuel? And so it's going to be a dynamic issue of which AI and technology are going to be the driving forces of how to get that balance and get our balance correct.
Thank you, Robert. In fact, both of you, Noel and Robert, you have covered very, very important and relevant and contextual issues. In fact, I was going through I was listening carefully, and it reminds me actually the time frame when we all were talking about maximization. Now we are shifting to the framework of optimization. It's no more maximization. It is now optimization, and the multidimensional pillars to optimize. A is cost, B is green, C is reliability, efficiency. So these are the framework on which we have to strategize. You have mentioned, Robert, you have mentioned about the energy mix, energy market, and also the relevant strategy what you were thinking of. Now, only issue remains that when people are at free, or consumers, in fact, we all are thinking about decentralization, we all are thinking about that consumers at their liberty, at their will, to utilize what form of energy they want, at what point of time, at what cost. So if things are remaining in their decision-making processes at their hand, but at the same time, we are expecting a reliability on the overall grid framework, which will compensate the spikes, which will actually fill up the gaps whenever it will be required. And there is a cost for it. There is a cost. So the policy framework, at one hand, it has to definitely, highlight on the decentralization, on the, but at the same time, if we do not have a solid base, it's my views I am sharing with, which actually can take care of the inertia, which can take care of the, ultimately when there will be need to really come, for the help, that support, that insurance has to be there, because ultimately we are playing with something which is not today is a luxury, it is an entitlement. Energy is no more, So with this, I think you have really covered the very, very salient and important aspects, including the AI, which speaks for the data management. In fact, it will require for the forecasting also. More accurate we will have the forecasting, more we will be able to really fit into the bills. I have little time in hand because I understand there may be a few questions. Angana, I'd like you to, if some questions come, can you just, help us putting those to the esteemed speaker?
Yeah, we have a, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. To what extent emerging areas of technologies in IT like AI would help reduce carbon footprint in usage of conventional fossil fuels as compared to using clean renewable energies like solar?
Well, I'll jump in first. I think, when you think of where technology is going to take us, it's going to be interesting to see as we put more emphasis on our carbon footprint and we put more data out there on reporting, are we able to decarbonize fossil fuels a great deal more than where they are today? And so then that's where you start to move into this world of, can we use technology build out in the current sources to decarbonize or carbon capture some of those sources, stop some of the processes that create what are perceived as the greenhouse gases and recapture those and use those as a power source. So then you get into the balance of which sources now do you start to maximize to make the most cost efficient. I think the comment earlier about the process of where we are, we're now moving into how do we get to a low cost energy efficiency by maximizing multiple sources. I think that those types of technologies on the fossil fuels, I think we won't sit in a status quo. I think as much as we're developing on the renewable side, we're going to develop, I think you'll see development and innovation on the technologies around the current structure to help decarbonize those as well. So I think it's going to be a multi discipline plan. And then I think when you start to bring in the end consumer also being a producer of energy, your puzzle, which used to be three-dimensional, just became four-dimensional, because now you have an outside force that's also playing within the sector. So in that, and how do we weigh that? Because also it will be on the clean energy side. So,
thank you, Robert. Angana?
Yeah, I'll just take another question from the audience. That is, of course, India as a country has a mission of providing affordable and efficient energy for all, but it is also a global agenda. How technology can make energy more affordable, yet making it cleaner?
Yeah, maybe if I can just respond to this. So one of the points that we were discussing earlier, that to make energy more affordable, you need to ensure that the losses are taken care of, energy supply is efficient. And this is where, some of the policies that government has come up in terms of smart metering, in terms of, some of the concepts of even decentralization, which will come up at some point of time. So in terms of technology making this shift, I think some of the areas like in terms of smart metering that we talked about, whether it is the whole connectivity of decentralized generation. I think if you look at some of the Western worlds, there are locations which are self-sustaining. So you have something called as microgrid, which is because you have a location which is far away from a city, and the supply of electricity is going to be so costly that you actually have a solar generation or a biogas generation, and that city or that place is getting self-sustaining. So this is where technology makes it easier to manage, in a decentralized manner also some of these processes. So yes, it will actually, to a large extent, aid to the efficiency, and in aiding to the efficiency, it will start to make it more affordable and available to the larger population.
Thank you.
We can close questions from audience, and I would request the moderator in case you have some more questions, or else we may wrap.
In fact, I would like to invite your comments on one thing I feel that is very important and a decision maker for tomorrow in the whole the optimization process is a storage. How really we are able to make the storage of energy more useful, abundant, and to the best, the efficient. So this is one thing, because we are all speaking about the renewable. We know how much of diversity it has, and on the question of demand and the question of sourcing also. So what is the development on the question of storage? This is number one. Number two, ultimately, whatever the form of technology may be, ultimately it is the human resource who have to handle it. So how much really the country as a whole or the world as a whole, we are equipped with the human resource development aspect really to deal with the technology, the changes. It is no more a pure play electricity generation. It's something else. It is now speaking of market, it is speaking of sustainability. So how much it can, we can have our human resource development issues addressed to it. These are, 2 points I would like to highlight. I like to listen from you.
Maybe go ahead, Robert, if you want to add. Okay, so I'll put my perspective, Mr. Gautam, and then definitely I think you are also well aware about the growth in the storage technologies and the development. I think we are still a little far off, in my view. I think that's the honest opinion. Large grid scale storages are still something that will take some time to come up. I believe there have been significant investment that many energy companies are making in terms of making storage affordable, and also one is affordable, and second also the large scale grid storage possible. But I still believe that maybe let's put a timeline of 3 to 5 years, after which we can see this storage technologies becoming more easily accessible. Till this point of time, I think we have to live up, and we all know that we have to live up with a part of generation is still done through fossil fuels, and maybe renewable contributing to some percentage of 15, 20, 30, depending upon the location that we are into. That's one view, and Robert, you can add further. And second view on the human resources, I think you very rightly pointed out. I think this is one of the bigger challenges that we face, at least from an Indian market, because we have all seen the way utilities have transformed. We started with state electricity boards, we went to companies, and then now we are looking at the whole usage of digital technology, a lot of processes becoming automated through AI. So a significant effort, I think, in all the technology related initiative has to be in terms of skilling and reskilling of the people, in terms of making them they should be able to handle the change, because there is significant change that's going to happen in the way we are working today. So quite a few effort is needed. In fact, a lot of focus on any technology intervention should be on the human resource side of it. Because while you can bring best of the technology, this sustenance is a function of the people who are going to use it. So that's why it becomes one of the significant element, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree with those comments. I think the storage component of the conversation at times is the elephant in the room, as we say here. I mean, you know, we can solve a lot of the different areas, but until we solve that, we haven't really created the process that we have to have sustainable energy and reliable energy. And so, you know, I'm hopeful it's you know, we start to solve that quicker than later. But I would agree. I think we're still years away from solving that. I know there's, you know, it's top of mind, but it's not at the moment. But it is probably one of the most critical issues that you highlight.
Thank you. Thank you. In fact, so we are almost in the close of the session, though it is a short and we have kept to the time, but it was one of the most qualitative discussion what I have enjoyed all through. And thanks to Robert, thanks to Nobel for your participation and very value-added, thought-provoking ideas and deliberations. So with this, Angana, you allow when we close?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thanks to Robert Noble and our Vice President, Mr. Gautam Ray. We are really happy that we've been able to conclude this year's IT Conclave, which is Technology for Humans, with this topic that is, clean, efficient, reliable energy is very important for developmental goals. It has huge impact from socio-economic perspectives, as well as concern for address the environment needs. So we are happy that we are being able to conclude this year's Business IT Conclave on Technology for Human Beings with this very apt session. So looking forward to your support, participation for the next year's IT Conclave, which would be the 12th edition. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Good night. Good night. And good morning to Robert. Thank you.